everybody, or good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are for those attending online. Thank you very much for coming back to the IESBA board meeting, second day, where we will focus on firm culture and governance. I hope that you all had a good rest. Before we dive into firm culture and governance, I'd like to thank you for the very lively and fruitful discussion we had yesterday, which I think was very inspiring, and which will have some significant links to the discussions that we will have today on the direction to take and the resequencing of the work on firm culture and governance based on what we have been hearing and the further reflections undertaken by the project team, board advisors, and ourselves about how we can better achieve the objectives of this project. So for today, the day is going to be, the agenda for today is on firm culture and governance all day. We expect a very lively discussion again, because we need this board to be in agreement about what we are going to do next in this project. But to start the day and to get us inspired and prepared, we will count on a presentation from Principia. And with us, we will have David Rodin, founder and chair of Principia, and Clive Garfield, CEO of Principia, to whom I'm very grateful. Thank you very much, David and Clive, for joining us and offering us a presentation on measuring and building ethical culture in organizations. This will be, I think, very interesting for this board to hear. It will be interesting and very relevant information that we will get from you. So I would encourage the board members to be attentive and engage with David and Clive after their presentation, because this is a very good opportunity. So this is how we are going to start today. And for the rest of the day, I'm going to pass to Jeff, who is going to present what's going to happen today, and then we will introduce David and Clive. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Gabriella. Good morning, everyone. So today, we have a few sessions focusing on our project on firm culture and governance. So as Gabriella has mentioned, the first session, we will have our guest presenters from Principia, and so very much looking forward to that discussion. If I can move to the next slide. Oh, actually, I have this, haven't I? Sorry. Kind of like what my wife tells me, you could have just done it yourself. Okay, session 2. After the presentation, then we're going to go into the topic and what the project team's been doing. So we will give you some highlights of the feedback that we have received from the global roundtables, and also some of the other outreaches that we have, the project team and others have undertaken in this last quarter. And of course, you already have all this information under one of the agenda papers. Then after that, the remaining time for the morning session, we will speak to you and walk through with you the project team's proposals on the way forward, taking into account, of course, the discussion we had yesterday in terms of the board's overall strategic approach. And then after that, after lunch in the afternoon, we will walk through with you the breakout group. We will have the breakout group discussions and report back on the non-authoritative material and other supporting material. And so again, that's very much looking forward to that. And the board will have that discussion in 2 separate breakout groups upstairs. So that's essentially the run for today. So with that, I'm going to pass to Rui, and Rui will introduce our speakers for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. So good morning, all. It's a pleasure to introduce our guest speakers, Dr. David Rodin, founder and chair of Principia, and Clive Garfield, Principia CEO. Principia is a leading advisory firm focused on organizational ethics. David is a philosopher and a senior research fellow at the University of Oxford. He co-directed the Oxford Institute for Ethics, Law and Armed Conflict and co-founded the Oxford Changing Character of War program. He is also a senior fellow at the Carnegie Council for Ethics and International Affairs. So while David is internationally recognized for his work on ethics of war and conflict, he is also the founder of one of today's leading firms in applied ethics. He founded Principia in 2014 after the great financial crisis to help organizations introduce rigorous ethical approaches into their organizational practice. He is joined today by Clive Garfield, who became Principia CEO earlier this year. Clive was previously at A&O Sherman Consulting, where he led the culture and purpose practice. Before that, he spent over a decade at JP Morgan, playing a central role in developing the firm's culture and conduct risk program for the investment bank. Clive is also a chartered accountant, and so also very familiar with our work. David and Clive will share insights on their work, namely on how to measure ethical culture, the levers that can promote and or erode ethical culture, and the connection between culture and individual behavior. Given Principia's work with audit and accounting firms, their practical perspective is even more relevant for our ongoing efforts. David, Clive, thank you both for being with us today. We have planned for 20 to 30 minutes presentation, followed by 30 to 40 minutes of discussion, but we're flexible. And again, thank you very much for joining us. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Rui, Jeff, Gabriella. Really appreciate the kind welcome and introduction. And it's really an honor to be with such a distinguished group working on such an important mandate. So we thought this morning we would share a little bit of the learnings from our work, having worked in the audit and accounting space for quite some number of years. So some of our models of how we think about ethics and ethical culture, and what it takes to really understand, build, measure, track, and develop ethical culture over the long term. And maybe just a few more words on kind of how I came to this space as well, because I'm sure that you're all thinking, you know, gosh, is a moral philosopher who worked in the ethics of war. How on earth was it that he ended up working with accountants on ethics? So I came from New Zealand originally, came to Oxford to study my PhD in moral philosophy, and ended up working in the military space. So ended up doing a lot of work with military officers, armed forces all around the world, and really became very interested in this question of how is it that ethics becomes introduced and really lives and really has an impact on concrete day-to-day outcomes in the world in the context of very complex organizations. And the military are a very interesting context for that. First of all, because they're under such extraordinary pressures, you know, really literally life and death decisions that you're making about your own life, the lives of your comrades, the lives of others around you. So the pressures are really, really intense. And the organizational structure is also extremely, I would say, very, very tight, very hierarchical, very top down. So a really interesting environment in which to think about what ethics means, how it really takes flight within organizations. So as Rui said, I had the opportunity to found Principia in 2014, really with the vision of taking some of this experience from the academic world, from the military world, out into the commercial and organizational space. So we first started working with large banks in the US, some big technology companies in Silicon Valley, and then really started working with professional services and accounting firms around 2018. And we've worked with, I would say, quite significant audit firms in many geographies around the world, in the US, in the UK, in Europe, in Latin America, in Australia, in Asia. And a lot of our work really involves working with organizations that have gone through some kind of very significant ethics-related issue or crisis. So, you know, you can think about some quite significant, some firms that have gone through quite significant ethics issues, including leading to criminal prosecutions of quite senior leaders in a number of markets. Issues around exam cheating have become quite significant, as you will be aware, in many markets. Audit quality issues as well is something that we've done a lot of work on. So we've gotten to see how this plays out not only across different sectors, but also within the audit profession across a number of firms and a number of markets. So really delighted to be able to share with you some of our experience and learning from that. And Clive and I will be double hatting. What I would also say is, please, I want to make this as interactive as possible. So if you have any questions, thoughts, interventions, I know it can be a little bit difficult in the call, but shout out and intervene as we go along, if that's helpful. So I can just have the next slide, please. So, the starting point for me, I think, especially as a moral philosopher, is if you think about what it takes for a firm like an audit firm to deliver ethical outcomes in the things that it does, there are really two things that it needs to get right. The first thing is it needs to be able to make good ethical decisions, particularly in cases where the obligations or the requirements may not be purely black and white, right? So decision making in the gray, decision making where it's complex, it's contested, it may be a new area, for example, how to use a new technology like AI, or how to resolve a difficult conflict that maybe hasn't arisen in that market before, requires real judgment. That's a leadership capability. The second thing that is required is a broader capacity within the firm to get the ordinary everyday things right consistently 100% of the time, day in and day out, across everything that you do. And that is much more around the organizational culture and the context within people are working. So those two different kind of elements, how do you generate leaders that are capable of exercising good ethical judgment, and how do you create a cultural environment where people are really supported to do the right thing consistently day in and day out? Those form two very, very important parts of the work that we do with firms. So what I'm showing now is a framework that we use a lot in the first dimension of that work. So really often working with leaders, with practice group areas, with partners, other senior people within firms, to really help them to navigate difficult, complex, gray area decisions in a way that is sophisticated and rigorous and comprehensive and takes in the range of different ethical concerns. So this framework is kind of anchored around three fundamental ideas that come from moral philosophy. So those three ideas are the good. So the lens of the good is to say, well, we can think about an ethical action by the results that it generates, right? So a good action is one that creates more benefits than it creates costs and harm. So it's essentially a cost-benefit analysis. For anyone who's studied any moral philosophy, you will recognize that as being a utilitarian, Benthamite, Millian approach to ethics. It really thinks about is the decision that we're taking, does it create the best possible consequences for all of those affected? And in an audit context, you might think very strongly about the obligation that auditors have to fulfill the public function and within capital markets. That's really a good consideration. Second lens that we can use, we call the right. So the right is thinking not so much about the impact of an action on the world as a whole, but it's thinking about the specific duties that we owe to particular counterparties. So, as a professional, services professional, as an auditor, we owe duties to our clients. We owe broader fiduciary duties in terms of our responsibility, as I said, to capital markets as well. You owe duties as an employer towards people on your team. If you are not a partnership, but a firm that is publicly listed, or perhaps as another investor, you have duties towards those investors as well. So this lens is really thinking about those particular relationships of rights and duties, and gives another set of resources for thinking about ethics. Again, for anyone who's done any moral philosophy, you'll recognize that as representing a Kantian deontological approach to ethics. And the final lens that we use is what we call the fitting. So, if the good is about thinking about the impact or effects that our action has on the world as a whole, The right is thinking about the duties that we owe to particular counterparties, right? That structures what we can and can't do. The fitting is really reflecting on our own values, our own virtues, who we want to be as professionals, as auditors, who the values that a firm wants to live up to in the work that it's doing. So it's a much more self-oriented way of thinking about ethics. And this approach comes very strongly from thinkers such as Aristotle, but it's a very important element of many other ethical traditions around the world, including Kantianism and Taoism as well, have very strong virtue-oriented ideas about ethics. And what's interesting about these three different ideas is they create different resources, both as a kind of an awareness context, so understanding fully the context of an ethical decision, but they also provide very specific decision-making tools that can be used to really navigate a difficult ethical decision. And I've listed some of these ideas and some of these kind of tests that can come up here, questions that you can use to work through an ethical decision problem. Will this action cause more harm than good around the good? Are there any particular red lines that we need to be aware of? For example, are there human rights in play that may be breached by, say, for example, working with a client that may be involved in human rights issues in different parts of the world? How do we think about consent? A range of different issues and tests that come up around the duties that we owe to others. And around the fitting, how does this fit with my identity to myself? Tests like, what would an admired leader that I have known through my career, what would they do, or an admired person? How does my identity really, how does that bring to the table in terms of those tests? And then I've also put down at the bottom an idea that we use a lot. This is an idea of moral remainders, an idea that often when we're making a very difficult ethical decision, we may be confident that we have, where there are two values in play, we may be confident that we've decided in accordance with the most important value, but sometimes something is left over that you need to recognize and come back to acknowledge. So an example was given, we were doing some work with an audit firm in Asia recently, and one of the leaders was talking about a decision that they had made. Trading conditions became very difficult. They had to rescind a number of offers to graduate placements. They were confident that that was the right thing to do for the firm as a whole, right? So a kind of a good consideration. But, they'd really let down these graduate trainees. That's a kind of a rights consideration. And even though they felt that was the right decision for the firm, there was something left over. They'd broken a promise that they'd made to those graduate trainees. And so they circled back to find a way to compensate, to make that good, to recognize that. So that's the idea of the moral remainder. So this is really a set of tools that we use to work with leaders to help enrich their ability to understand ethical context, to make really solid decisions, particularly in those kind of gray area cases. So we can move to the next slide. This is another nice kind of little framework that we use. And, really just the takeaway here is when people are thinking about decision-making, ethical decision-making, they'll often think about that kind of the moment where the decision has to be made. But, of course, the point is that to do that really well really requires you taking a set of steps before you get to the decision. So, if possible, exercising foresight, trying to anticipate ethical issues before they really land on your desk as a crisis. Frame those issues using a framework maybe like the right, the fitting, and the good, or others. Identify different ways of mitigating any tensions that are there. And then after the decision is made, really think about how that decision is communicated, addressing any of those remainders and monitoring impact. So these are really just a couple of the frameworks that we use really around that kind of first consideration. How do you develop the capacity for leaders, partners to navigate complex ethics issues where it may not simply be the case of, I know you're doing a lot of work on producing ethical standards, and that is clearly an absolutely critical and important role. But I think what's interesting about this work is this is really addressing the question of how do we make good ethical decisions where standards may be insufficient on their own to completely settle what ought to be done. There is perhaps a gray area. or an uncertain area or an ambiguity that needs to be settled through, good professional ethical judgment. And this gives you a flavor of how we work with partners, with auditors, with leaders to develop the capacity to do that. Let me pass on to Clive now, if we just have the next slide.
Great, thank you, David. So I guess in the context of David's background around the way Principia approach ethics and the way we like to think about ethics, it's probably worth covering a number of challenges that I'm sure many of you are aware, and certainly a lot that we find in our work as well. So firstly, commercial pressures. Clearly in this economic environment, firms under growing pressure to expand revenue, maintaining that balance between ethical integrity and meeting growth forecasts, etc., can sometimes present a challenge, especially if commercial pressures are also tied to non-audit services. And when we look at non-audit services there and the prominence of non-audit services, maybe there's an inadvertent pressure to actually prioritize these services over the core audit function to meet client demands, increase profitability, etc. as well. And sometimes those are, as I said, inadvertently soft pressures where actually, we look at our audit work, but also we have in the back of our minds the fact that we actually want to try and maintain that strong client relationship as well. I'm certainly thinking as a junior banking auditor in London as well, what some of those pressures might feel like as well. Then the third one here, the talent element, that cultural shifts, lateral hiring here. Certainly lateral hires we see sometimes presents a pressure. Not only is maybe one person moving at a senior role to another organization, they may have done things in a slightly different values way. Sometimes those lateral hires can disrupt that apprenticeship model, which we're all kind of familiar with. And even the gradual erosion of that apprenticeship model where senior auditors mentor junior auditors, etc., can sometimes weaken the transfer of cultural values there as well. Certainly from my experience and David as well, speak up challenges are as prominent in the audit world as they are in banking in any other organization as well. And I think what we need to be careful here is almost that shift or that balance between client deference as well as speaking up, and whether auditors are in a place, because of all of those particular pressures we've mentioned there, to really speak up and raise issues, especially if they may well be conflicted because of commercial pressures, etc. as well. The tendency towards client deference, as I've just mentioned there, really thinking about the pressure to maintain that relationship, the impact on the individual's career, for example. And then there's the sort of issue around sort of cultural contagion, where actually the culture of client deference extends beyond the single relationship into other relationships as well. Inconsistent accountability we see that in all organizations. Culture is not homogenous between an organization. So it's really looking within those audit firms, actually, where is accountability applied inconsistently? Where are there outliers in terms of teams and departments? Maybe they're strong outliers, but let's learn from them as well. So how can we actually really assess what the values, what the ethical culture is of those particular departments as well? Two more here really I want to touch upon. And certainly something that I've seen a fair amount of work is around the governance structures. Often the governance structures within partnerships themselves aren't as, I guess, robust as some other corporates or organizations. Very difficult being a partner on a board, for example, or with that governance framework. You almost need to dual hat quite frequently. That in itself is a conflict. So really understanding that as well. The governance model, I think, also extends between the relationship between leadership and teams, and actually, leadership communications, leadership values, leadership behaviors. How does that effectively cascade down throughout the organization? Certainly, that's something we've often seen where leaders are acting in the way that we would hope in the main, but actually, really, as you go down, really, if you're a junior partner on an audit or even a senior manager, are you acting in the right way? Is it consistent? Has the communication come down effectively as well? And the last bit, which I think David touched upon as well, is really this shifting kind of regulatory environment, the impact of changing regulations. I think as rules become more stringent, or even if they become less stringent, there is an argument to really refocus, redouble our efforts on strong ethical guidance and transparent outcomes as well. Any questions as I move on? I'm happy to have a 10-second break if there are any questions in the room.
Yeah. Hi, Clive. It's Channa Vijay Singh. I want to ask a question about the lateral hire, particularly I think in firms. There's the audit business is coming down, and there's a much more let's say non-audit services or consulting part of the business which is growing. And when you say lateral hires, is there a distinction between somebody who's a lateral hire with an accounting background versus somebody who is, let's say, a technology partner and therefore didn't have the same grounding coming through the system? As you say, the apprenticeship model, where you are sort of grounded in those background and ethical principles, because that could cause some challenges as well. So have you observed any distinction between lateral hires who are from a different area versus accounting?
I'll happily take that first if you want, David. I think lateral hires, and I've worked in culture for quite a long time. Lateral hires between, first of all, if you say to people who are lateral hires, you may be an issue, they get quite sensitive about it. So let me just say, in the first instance, it's not that they're all bad. Sometimes it's just the way of doing things and the environment that they've been brought up in, and the way they've done things between firms. So audit to audit, I think, would probably be more straightforward. I think a non-audit service to an audit service will probably present some more issues. But the clear thing is that at least you recognise there could be a problem. Where I've seen it particularly is banks between banks, where I've worked in the culture of different banking institutions, and sometimes that becomes difficult because some banks, for example, in my example, will have different risk tolerances. I don't think you necessarily get that, for example, between audit firms, but you may well do that. But to your point, you may well find that there are different risk appetites, different ways of doing things, moving from, say, technology to audit. So that would be a consideration. David, any thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think that point on non-audit to audit is really important. And we'll talk in a moment about how we measure some of the dimensions of ethical culture, but we do see clear differences in the scores. So when we look at multi-service professional services firms, audit parts of the firm will often score considerably higher and stronger on the ethical culture index than non-audit parts of the firm. And I think a lot of that comes down to just the strong focus on professional ethics that auditors go through in their training. And to that point about the fitting, that it's really part of the identity, I think, of a lot of auditors.
Thank you very much, Clive. Can you take another question before you move?
Of course, yeah.
So, Mark, please.
Thank you. Mark Babington. I was really struck by your articulation of ethical decision-making and looking at it in the context of the culture in audit firms, because there is a risk in the decision-making process that you sort of trade off, don't you? You sort of go for a lesser evil. And actually, can you have an ethical culture that trades off and accepts a lesser evil rather than trying to identify the right ethical outcome? So I can sort of see how it's made better, but we don't just want to be a bit better, do we? We actually want to address the underlying ethical issue in the decision making. I don't know whether you can comment a bit further on that, please.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe we could just skip back very quickly to that slide with the right, the fitting, of the good. So it's exactly that tension that a model like this is intended to surface, right? So the idea of the lesser evil is very much a way of thinking about ethics anchored in this idea of the good, right? It's this utilitarian idea of where you think about consequences and you essentially choose the lesser evil within those two. But sitting alongside that is this idea of the right, right? So the right is, we can have duties that are, in a sense, overriding and kind of come, in a sense, kind of before we even get to that question of thinking about the good. So this idea of red lines is, I think, a very, very important one. So the idea of red lines is to say, before we even start to think about, trading off, kind of costs and benefits, we need to ask ourselves this question, are there fundamental duties that we owe? Fiduciary duties, duties of care to our people. One of the trade-offs that we see very strongly, one of the tensions is between the demands of, satisfying high quality audit work and just the welfare of teams, right? So how, do we see that as just as a trade-off? As a kind of, lesser of two evils, or do we say, no, actually there's a fundamental flaw that we need to recognize and have in place before we even get to that kind of lesser evil way of thinking. So this model is a way of surfacing those kinds of ideas and tensions and making sure that we are articulating this clearly and intentionally, and where there are red lines that you need to be put in place, taking the opportunity to do that and really reinforce that. Does that speak to the question?
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you. It's just quite a fascinating thing to walk through.
Thanks.
Okay, maybe just want to give a couple of examples here before. Oh, sorry.
If we can go back to the previous slide just before we, just one more slide. No, next one.
This one?
No, next one. The one that we were on before. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, sure.
I just want to make, I don't have a question. I just want to make observation that most of the things on there links very well with the 8 elements in the FCG working group's report. So it's interesting to see the, the parallel between your slide and the 8 themes in the working group's report. Thank you.
Great. I'm glad we're consistent. So just thought we'd give you a couple of ideas or thoughts that we've seen here around some bespoke ethical challenges. The first one is sort of big tech and the challenges that maybe tech companies represent in terms of their unique audit challenges. Clearly by nature very disruptive, moving, fast-breaking things, but that in itself can lead to some challenges as well. And the other one we just wanted to touch upon, I guess if you have any questions, that's great as well, around biotech startups in terms of, typically working with threadbare workforce, both in terms of their financial governance, but personnel, etc. Generally unsophisticated systems. I've certainly seen this in my consulting experience as well. And really thinking about actually, are they necessarily, even down to governance, are they necessarily operating in the right way as well? So a couple of unique challenges, I think, there in what is a very fast-paced environment as well.
Perfect.
David, do you want to talk through this?
Yeah. Oh, and actually, sorry, I think we can just flip forward 1 or 2 slides to yeah, sorry. Forward to the triangle slide.
Oh, don't think it's in there.
Oh, have we missed it? Okay. So listen, sorry, I think we've got a little bit of a disconnection in the pack. Would you mind if I just swap over and I share?
No, go for it. Please take control. We're better at ethics than presenting, clearly.
Okay. I think you'll just need to stop sharing for the moment.
Yeah.
So that,
thanks, David.
Sorry, I think we've got a little bit of a mix-up in the versions of the deck, but let me... Is that coming through?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, so with all of that in the as kind of background, clearly a really significant set of challenges facing audit firms. And as we said at the outset, part of the challenge is around equipping leaders to make good ethical judgments in cases of ambiguity in this gray area. But the second part of the challenge that I indicated at the outset is how do you create the cultural and organizational context within the firm that supports everybody in an audit firm to act in a consistent, ethical way in everything that they do. So this is not only making those really difficult, challenging gray area decisions, but also, the day-to-day decisions, around, good financial management, around independence, around meeting other compliance and regulatory, the things that are not necessarily gray. They may be black and white, but how do you create the conditions for an organization to really do this consistently across everything that they do? So in order to answer that question, we realized that we really needed to have a model that synthesized the conditions that drive ethical outcomes within audit firms. And what we realized when we first started working in this space is that firms gather a lot of data around culture, but a lot of it is very reactive and backward looking. So they will measure, for example, they'll measure audit quality, they will measure behavioral issues, they may measure reports to a hotline. They may measure maybe some kind of indicators around speak up or things like that. They tend to be very backward looking, showing you kind of where the organization has come from, or at best where it is today. And what we wanted was a model that we could really quantify and use as a basis for an assessment methodology that was really forward-looking and be predictive, so that you would be able to take it and look across a firm, including a very large firm, maybe it was tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of professionals, and say, where within that firm are we confident that the ethical culture and capabilities are strong and robust, and where perhaps do we see weakness or risk? So that really led us to generate our ethical drivers model, which is what you're seeing here. And the model, it has 9 fundamental dimensions that we know from a lot of empirical research and studies are really predictive of conduct and ethics outcomes within firms. And that sounds like quite a complex model, and it is in some ways, but at the highest level, it's actually really very, very simple. So at the highest level, there are 3 fundamental questions that we want to ask about a firm or a team or a function within a firm or an individual professional within a firm. And those 3 questions are, am I responsible? Am I capable? And am I motivated? So those 3 dimensions together really help to inform what it means for an ethical culture to be strong and mature and robust. So let me just spend a few minutes going through those and explaining what they mean and how we might use this in our work with an audit firm. So the first area that we want to look at is, to what extent is the firm creating strong conditions for ethical responsibility? And we really break this into 3 different components. So the first one is it setting clear expectations around what it expects its partners and its professionals to be delivering in terms of strong, ethical, responsible work with integrity? And I think for me, this is where your work is absolutely critical in helping to identify and define common standards and expectations for audit firms, right? So that fits very, very clearly within that expectations dimension. So the other aspects that we would look at there is the extent to which leadership are really communicating those expectations clearly within the firm, the extent to which those messages are cascading clearly down through the ranks of a firm, something that a lot of firms struggle and have problems with. That's really the first dimension that sits within that idea of responsibility. Secondly is, are people being set up with the authority to act? So do they really have the space and the domain and the capacity to act in accordance with those expectations? And then finally, are they being held appropriately accountable for delivering those expectations? And accountability obviously has positive and negative dimensions, right? So people often think, first of all, about negative dimensions. A lot of audit firms, for example, are very, very keen. They're very, very They're very, very good at penalizing auditors that have audit quality fails. Now, that is one dimension of accountability. But the other dimension is, are you rewarding partners and professionals who do really well, who deliver excellent quality audit results? What we know from our work, and Clive will talk about a little bit about this at the moment, is that positive accountability mechanism, so rewarding people for good behavior, high quality audit results, is enormously, significantly more effective than negative accountability, penalizing for fails. So that's one of the really interesting results that we identified when we looked specifically into audit quality. But accountability, consistency, making sure that if we're talking, for example, about behavioral expectations, bullying, other issues within the workplace, ensuring that accountability is fair and equitable, and even high, leaders, high-profile partners, people who are bringing in a lot of business are held equally accountable. Critical dimensions around those drivers within that first dimension. So that's the first question we really want to understand. Is the firm creating the right environment of responsibility for its people? Second aspect we want to look at is it developing partners and professionals that have the capacity, the right capabilities and skill set to deliver on those expectations? So again, 3 areas that we know are critical within that. First of those is professional skills, right? Do those audit professionals have the professional skills to deliver those expectations in a professional, timely, and high quality way? Coming to the kind of the more richly ethical component of it, 2 dimensions we know are really critical. One is, deliberation. Do I have the tools where judgment has to be used to work through a difficult, complex ethics decision and get to a strong, robust outcome? And using frameworks like we just discussed, the right, the fitting, and the good, can be a really effective way of improving your ability to deliberate and navigate some of those more complex challenges. But before you even get to deliberation, there's another piece which often gets missed or under-attended to, which is around awareness. So a lot of firms will do ethics training. They'll talk through ethics case studies. But the thing about an ethics training is it comes with a big sticker on it saying ethics. Real world ethics challenges don't have that sticker on it. You've got to have the awareness and the ethical intelligence to be able to step back and say, okay, this is not just a business as usual decision. This is a decision that has some kind of ethical component, and I need to anchor it and locate it within that. I need to use the right kinds of frameworks. Maybe I need to consult the right kind of resources within the firm. So that's an awareness capacity that, again, needs to be worked on and cultivated within staff. So that's the second domain that we're looking at, capability within the professionals. And the final dimension is around motivation, right? So you've got an environment where expectations are clearly articulated, there are accountability mechanisms within it. You have individuals that have the right capacities and skill sets to navigate. So the final question we want to ask is, do they have the right motivations to actually do that? So again, there are 3 components that we know are extremely important. One is really around character or disposition. So what are the kind of native values and ethical orientation of the people that you are bringing into the organization? Do they have a strong ethical commitment and ethical compass? Are you developing those values and that ethical commitment through the progression? So really looking at how the organization chooses, selects, and then shapes ethical dispositions through the career is really important. Secondly, how it incentivizes people. So, that's not only around what goes into your performance evaluations, right? What you are judged on when it comes up to promotion, or what you're paid on. Those are critically important. And one of the things that we want to look at very, very closely when we're working with a firm is, are you measuring your staff for the contribution that they make to the culture? Are you rewarding partners who spend time with their teams talking about ethical decisions and really modeling those behaviors with their staff? is that something that's really recognized within your progression in HR systems, or is it, is everything based on just meeting revenue targets and the ethics stuff that kind of is just, has to be done side of desk? So what are those formal incentives that the organization is putting in place? But also very much the kind of the soft incentives, who is viewed as a valuable professional or a highly respected partner within the firm? Is it the one who makes the hard decisions and really acts with integrity, or is it just the one who has the biggest account? So really looking at those hard and soft dimensions of incentives. And then the final dimension is one that may be a little bit surprising, but that we know from our research and from our work is extraordinarily important. And that is this point around purpose. So each of these 9 different dimensions we know is highly predictive of ethics and integrity outcomes within audit firms and other firms. But one of the strongest predictors is actually this piece around purpose. So the purpose piece is really the question of whether the firm is operating with an articulated vision of the value that it brings to society, to the world, to the markets that it serves. And crucially, whether individuals within that firm see a connection between their day-to-day activities and that purpose of the firm. That turns out to be an extremely highly predictive criterion or aspect of firm culture in terms of ethics outcomes. So this model, this 9-part model, this framework really anchored around those 3 fundamental ideas: responsibility, capability, motivation. This is the lens through which we undertake all of our culture work. It forms the basis of our culture assessment methodology. So Clive will talk a little bit about how we use this in assessment and tracking work with firms, and then talk a little bit about how we've used some of the data that comes out of using this model to actually correlate with audit quality results, which is really a fascinating piece of work for us, because we knew that this model of firm culture was highly predictive of ethics and conduct outcomes. But we were very surprised to learn that it could actually explain a lot of variance in audit quality outcomes within firms as well. That was a surprise to us, but very, very interesting. But before I hand off to Clive again, maybe I'll just pause there for any questions or reflections.
Thank you very much, David. Jeff, please.
Thank you, David and Clive. I guess I have a lot of questions, but I'll just pick one. I'm interested in, you talked a little bit about in that triangle there. How do you reward ethical behavior? Because what we've heard from our discussion with firms is that really ethical behavior is assumed. So in terms of incentives, often firms will resort to disincentive mechanisms rather than incentive. So I'm interested in that. Perhaps I'll have a slightly separate question. I looked at your triangle there. I'm noticing that perhaps character is the one thing that firms can't really change. I mean, you bring your character with you, right? So I'm interested in how you deal with perhaps employees who has a bad character, whether the triangles, the different elements you have will be able to perhaps reduce and minimize the risk of someone with bad character who potentially will just do whatever they want, irrespective of what structures or whoever's around them or whoever their leaders might be. Thank you.
Great questions. I'll just talk briefly to both of those. So first of all, starting with the character one. So I think there are 2 dimensions to that. The first lever that firms have is you get to choose who you bring into the firm, and you get to choose who stays in the firm. So firms that we work with who do this really well, they will have an ethics dimension built into their recruitment process. So one firm that I know that does this really well will actually integrate ethics dilemma questions into their interview process, which I think is a really smart It's a very smart activity because first of all, it does give you a screen, and you can hopefully keep out some of the people with bad character. But it's also a very nice way of indicating to people at the point that they come into the firm, right, what kind of firm we are, right? You know, if you're asking people about ethics at the recruitment, you're sending a very strong signal that this is something that is important to this firm and is going to remain important as you proceed through the firm. The second important, dimension of this is you get to choose who stays in the firm. And that can mean taking brave decisions about exiting people if they don't have the right character and they're not living up to ethics expectations. And particularly when those are senior people and, high flyers and, bringing, they're the stars that are bringing in a lot of revenue. I think having the courage to exit partners who are not living up to those character and expectations, that it takes a lot of courage, but it sends a very, very powerful signal. The final important point is, Dan, character does reflect very much what you bring into the firm with you, but it is also something that develops over time. So the best ethics programs that we have seen do really provide a context for providing tools and context to enable professionals to develop their ethical character over time. And I think the key point there is that ethics is very social, right? So the way that your character will be expressed and the way that it will develop over time is very much a product of the team and social environment that you're in. So really working about, that kind of team context environment is really, really critical. And partners clearly play a very, very critical role in that. On the incentives piece, I think you're right. I think many firms do think very much about punishing the negative rather than rewarding the positive. And as I said, our research really shows that rewards can often be, so punishing people who engage in unethical behavior is absolutely really critical. But relying entirely on the negative messaging is not as effective as actually creating a positive environment that rewards people who do this well. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean having a kind of a formal element around the reward system that kind of measures and rewards people for ethical behavior. It can mean that. It doesn't need to. It can also be just around, creating an environment that values and recognizes and talks about people who are strong ethical leaders, and where those are the people who are recognized, culturally within the organization as valued members of the team. So incentives, they can mean different things in different contexts, and it's about finding the right combination that works within a particular firm.
Thank you for that. That's very helpful.
Thank you very much, David. Rania, please.
Thank you. It's really very interesting and very thought-provoking. So my question is, your model looks at ethical culture from an individual point of view. So you're asking the questions that we see here are, am I responsible? Am I capable? Am I motivated? But when we're looking at an organization, quite often decisions are made collectively. And so does your model address those dynamics? Sometimes the decisions that you would make on an individually would differ when you have to find, what you referred to previously on the previous slide as consensus or...
So great question, and very, very important point. And so just to clarify, we phrase this, at kind of I questions, but fundamentally, this is a model that can be applied to any decision-making actor or agent, right? So that could be an individual employee. So we can use this as a lens to understand and the crucial thing is that this is a measure of capacity and capability. So if we're looking at an individual employee, we're asking questions about the capacities and skill sets of that individual employee. But we can also use this, for example, at a group, at a team, at a function. We could be comparing the audit function to the, let's say, consulting or tax function of a multi-service firm. or we could be applying this to the firm as a whole. And when we apply it in those more group or collective or firm contexts, we're also looking at that question of capability, but we're not looking at the capability of the individuals. We're looking at the capability of the organization as a whole to really create that environment within which teams and individuals then make their decisions. And to that point, what does firm-wide capability look like? What are we talking about when we talk about that? We often think about two different dimensions that we sometimes talk about as being similar to a computer, right? So for a computer to run well, you need the hardware, the chips and the processors, and you need the software that runs on the hardware. And a computer will run well when those two are balanced and integrated in the right way. So when we think about the ethical capacities of a firm as a whole, we also think about hardware and software, right? So the hardware of the firm's ethical culture are the kind of the systems and policies that the firm uses to manage conduct and behavior. So think about risk frameworks, think about compliance, codes of ethics, codes of conduct, compliance frameworks. You could think about KPIs, you could think about performance evaluation mechanisms, right? Those are the kind of the hard structures through which a firm seeks to manage conduct and behavior. But alongside that, you have the software. So the software is everything that goes on inside people's heads. So how do people, how do they experience the messages that come from leaders? Do they, how do they really understand and trust the accountability mechanisms or the protections that you have if you call a whistleblower hotline? So when we think about the culture of a firm, we're always thinking about that combination of the way that the systems of the firm are constructed and this reciprocal interaction between the systems and the mindset, right? The hardware and the software. But it's a great point. And I think the point is that when we're talking about ethical culture, we need to think not only about individuals, but really about the group and social dynamics.
Thank you very much, David. Can you still take one or two questions before you continue? Is it okay?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Sadia, please.
Thank you for your presentation and sharing this with us. There's a few things that I want to know if you could reflect a little bit deeper on. So the first one is on professional skills. That seems like a catchphrase, and I want to know if you have more information on what that would include. The second one was use the phrase develop those values. And I want to know if, from your experience, if you have best practice on how developing those values would take place in an organization.
Yeah, so professional skills, you're right, it is a little bit of a catchphrase, but the idea there is that in order to act ethically and to create ethical outcomes for your stakeholders, it's not enough to be sophisticated and aware about the standards and the expectations. You also have to have the right level of professional skills, in the case of accounting, those audit professional skills to be able to deliver good, effective outcomes for your clients and for capital markets. So it's really just about that interplay between the ethics dimension and the real technical skills that you bring to fulfilling that task. And values development, again, I don't think there's any and Clive, I think will have some really interesting insight in this as well. I don't think there's a one size fits all answer towards this, but I think some of the things that we know are highly dependent on this. Tone from the top, how the leaders speak about ethics and expectations is clearly critical, and everybody always focuses on that. But the reality, particularly in large firms, right? And it's different. If you're in a small partnership with 2 or 3 partners, you have a very direct communication from the leaders of that firm down to professionals. But if you're in, let's say, a big 4 firm with, tens of thousands or maybe hundreds of thousands of employees, what the managing partner or the executive team or the board says about ethics, that may as well be in a different universe to you if you're working in a small office, somewhere in Idaho. What matters much more is your direct leaders, right? So the people who really set the context for what are the values that govern the way that you do your work today. That'll be your immediate partner, and it will be, probably your manager. Those are the people that you will look to set those standards. And that's why, just to link this to the question before, how do you incentivize ethical capability and ethical growth within an organization? Very often, and Clive mentioned this up front, very often we find that the most critical community or group to work with is that level of kind of, what you might call in a corporate firm middle managers, right? So the partners, junior partners, managing directors, the people who are leading small groups. And if you really want to make progress on developing ethical capacity within a firm, often creating tools for that group can be highly effective. So, first of all, creating an expectation that it's part of their job to be talking about ethics and values, sharing experience with their teams, but then also creating, we'll often create kind of playbooks or kind of toolkits that just create, simple stories about, about kind of relevant ethical decisions, decision points, or, what good ethical decision making looks like in the context, what it doesn't look like, and just setting up those kind of mid-level partners and leaders to integrate that into their interaction with teams. That can be one of the most effective ways of really creating change and development. I mean, Clive, I'm sure you've got
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you started off with tone from the top. You certainly recognize the importance of the middle managers, and that someone's speaking at the very top. Does that message always get cascaded down? I think I mentioned at the beginning. You got a couple of other things I'd probably add in there around encouraging values. Certainly engagement. I mean, engagement is such a crucial part of building a strong values-based organization. Two-way engagement, that really lends itself to speaking up as well. Very often we see engagement happening one way, where, look at a survey, for example, employees are surveyed, but they never hear anything back. Still seeing that, remarkably common these days. And then people become apathetic and, don't want to speak up or engage again. The only other things I would probably add in there, certainly I've seen really effective, is using, to the extent you can do, real life scenarios within your organization to start to scenario-based discussions. So you really start to David's point earlier, looking at scenarios, and we do a lot of this with leadership, looking at the good, looking at the fitting, looking at the right, and just going through actual scenarios people have been in. That really helps sort of strengthen those values and just really increase that understanding. The only other thing I'd say, and only because it's been very recent, we've been discussing it with a client, is around the development of a balanced scorecard when it comes to rewarding decision makers, rewarding partners. What does that look like? What's the weighting between commercial performance versus are you doing it in the right way? Are you doing it in the way that the firm would expect you to as well? Is that helpful?
I think it's very helpful, Clive. Okay. It's so helpful that we are already beyond time. And I think that you still have slides to present and there are still questions to be made. So I'm going to ask you how you want to run this. I think that you still have slides to present, right?
I think we can go through the slides fairly quickly. I'd rather get what you want to know, but
I'll have a question myself, but I'll see if we have time after your presentation, because I don't want to preempt you from running the slides until the end.
Maybe I'll just give you a little taster on the next slide, maybe, David. Or do you want to talk to it, or I can? It's entirely up to you.
Well, let me kick off and then hand on. So I think really, really key part of this, when you're thinking about how you actually work within a firm to do this stuff and make it concrete, really important part of this is, I think, how you are measuring and assessing the drivers of ethical culture within the organization. So as I said, first really important part is to start with measuring a set of dimensions that are forward-looking, right, predictive, rather than just looking back where we come from, but enable you to predict what ethics and conduct outcomes will be within the firm. So the way that we do that is really very much based on this 9-dimension model, the drivers model that we've just looked at, and really layering across that 3 sources of data. And for us, those are quantitative, qualitative, and systems. So quantitative we do through the fielding of a survey. So our survey is called the Ethical Culture Index. It asks a number of questions that essentially enables you to assess the performance of the firm by office, by function, by seniority, and to really put numbers behind how your people are experiencing those different dimensions of ethical culture. So what you see there on that wheel there is actually the next level down again from those 9 drivers. So we go from the kind of 3 fundamental concepts to the 9 drivers, and then breaking that down into 27 more granular components. So those, for example, could be around the readiness of people to speak up and challenge on the authority driver, or institutional memory around awareness, right? Do you create the capacity to learn from your mistakes in the past? So this really enables you to drill down and to really quantify in a very, very granular way capacity of teams across the organization, and then crucially to track that over time, right? So to be able to tell if we're investing in training or investing in other kind of ethics, culture building activities, are they actually working, right? Are they actually creating sustainable change over time? So the quantitative element is really crucial. But we also know from experience that qualitative approach is critical to run alongside that. So qualitative just means going out and talking to people essentially. So, structured interviews with partners, focus groups with professionals. So those kinds of structured conversations are really critical because they enable you to source the real lived experience and the narrative of people within a firm, to really identify what maybe are some of the really problematic conditions that are eroding culture within the organization, and really allows you to understand how to make changes that will really have a big impact. And then the third element that we know is really important, alongside the qualitative and quantitative, is really understanding the system. So looking carefully at the HR systems, risk systems, compliance systems, and really looking at whether they are aligned across the objectives in terms of your culture. So that's really how we think about the assessment and measurement component. And Clive, maybe you can pick up from that and then just talk a little bit about audit quality work as well, just to close off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the key thing for that one as well is once you have that measurement, that benchmark, being able to benchmark teams internally, being able to dig into, actually, we've got some high performing teams here, digging into that with a qualitative discussion, saying, well, actually, what are the drivers of those numbers? Certainly what we're seeing from clients as well is, because we've done a lot of work with professional services firms, having the ability to externally benchmark clients as well is proving quite valuable to them as well. Where do we sit with our peers? Where are we scoring higher or lower? What are some of those particular factors as well? So the benchmarking is really valuable. Of course, as David said, you could benchmark that over time as well to really answer the sort of $1 million question sometimes. Is it working? Is what we're doing effective? And this really does help with that. But again, to David's point, it's the quantitative plus the qualitative as well that really adds to the effectiveness of it. Any thoughts on the wheel, as it were? Any questions?
I don't see any question on the wheel. I think that the board members will need some time to dive into the different pieces of it and digest this important information. But if you still have 1 minute, and we will really need to close the session.
Okay.
But let me just share 1 or 2 thoughts. It's not really questions, because I think we will not have time, but from this very, very insightful exchange of views and presentation, The question that I had in mind was how, because you, Clive, you mentioned the importance of governance and etc. How governance instruments can help drive an ethical culture. And I think that when you spoke, David, about the hardware and the software, this goes around this question, but this link between governance instruments and the culture, the ethical culture, is something that we are also exploring and that we are very interested in understanding. And the second one was that you mentioned many times the importance of communication, the importance of speaking, empathy, proximity, all these things, the narrative going from the top into the other levels of the organization, the chair, or the leader sitting with the teams and speaking. So this is all extremely important. As we know, my question is about some contradictions that sometimes, if not too many times, we see between what is said and the narrative and what is done by the leader. And this also influences the culture very much. If people in the firms observe some kind of actions or attitudes. But I don't think that we will have time to discuss this. These are just some thoughts. I don't know if there is anything else that you'd like to say to finalize, or if any board member would like to say anything else. Otherwise,
I think just very quickly, I just want to re-emphasize the point there we've got in red there. What we have noticed, and what David asked me to say, but I didn't get to it, was around the scores that we found on the ECI and the audit quality really strongly correlated. And so that's proving quite valuable to clients as well. I just want to make that point.
Okay, thank you very much, Clive, because everything that we do here is exactly to improve the quality and reliability of the services and of the firm. So it's, of course, ethics it's not an end in itself. It's something that serves a purpose. So thank you for closing that way. I'm sorry, but we will need to close here, and we are all very grateful to you for your time, for the generosity of spending 1 hour and 10 minutes with us. And I hope that this is not going to be the end, but the start of something, because I think that everyone, I'm sure, is very curious about many things that we heard here and that we will need time to process. So hopefully we will in some way get back to you, or you get back to us. And it was a very, very interesting presentation. Thank you so very much,
Thank you for the invite.
David and Clive.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lovely to meet you all.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Bye.
So, yeah. I think it was a very interesting start of the day for the next discussions that we will need to have. And I'll pass immediately to Jeff, I think.
Thank you, Gabriella. That was a great discussion, some good food for thought, certainly from the project team's perspective. So this next session, we are going to, the project team is going to walk through with you some of the feedback, the key comments that we've received back from the 6 global roundtables, but also a series of outreach events that the project team and other IESBA representatives, including Gabriella, had attended in Q2 in the last 2 to 3 months. So if I keep saying that I could do this. So that's what we will be doing. And of course, towards the end, we will also give you an update in terms of what we have been doing in terms of our coordination with IESBA as well. So firstly, just some overall information. Of course, we had the 6 global roundtables, and it started in New York, Brussels, Melbourne, Kuala Lumpur, and we also had 2 virtual roundtables as well. And these have been attended by just under 170 participants and a few observers as well. You notice that in terms of the stakeholder groups, they're quite broadly represented. We have just over maybe 40% from the profession, including those from the firms and PAOs. But really the rest from the regulator communities, and also just around 10% from investors and those chartered governance or corporate governance communities, which is a great, I think, representation for us. And we certainly got some great input from the different groups as well. So these were conducted around March and April this year. And for each one of them, there are probably about 30 or 40 participants. So you'll notice that in the agenda, one of the agenda papers, we have given you the summaries. And so we'll just walk through some maybe some key points with you. We don't want to regurgitate information that you already have, but just some overall comments here before I pass it to the team to walk through each of those elements with you. Firstly, we've made some general overall observations, and the first one certainly is in terms of the importance of ethical culture. I think in all the roundtables, participants very strongly agree about the importance of culture or ethical culture in driving ethical behavior, and it's something that needs to really permeate throughout the entire firm and not just one particular area. And we've also noticed and heard that some firms have taken steps to perhaps address the FCG elements, those 8 elements, to greater or lesser extent. For instance, some firms, even when we spoke with some smaller firms, would have taken steps, not so much getting an INEs, but they would be looking at how they can get more objective input when it comes to certain ethical decisions. The next point is, of course, principles-based approach. There was very strong support and emphasis of the importance of principles-based approach. The other thing that we've identified is, as we speak to our participants, there's certainly a sense about the interconnectivity of all the different elements. For instance, when we speak to our participants and asking questions about accountability, often there'll be comments about linking it to incentives and rewards and some of the other things as well. And for instance, when we're talking about the culture of open discussion and challenge, often it's linked with discussions about education as well. So there's just that sense of interconnectivity, and hence the importance of a framework to be able to bring in all these principles together. The third point is about need to consider scalability, and of course, the project team and indeed the board is very aware of the importance of scalability, the importance of proportionality, and you will hear a little later in terms of our meetings with the S&P communities as well, because it is important. They do have, I guess, the context, the environment is very different to larger firms. So yes, and so it's very much appreciated in terms of the comments that we've received on this. The next one is NAM, or non-authoritative material, and another support material as an effective vehicle. In terms of the roundtables, there's certainly some mixed views about whether IESBA should at this stage focus on developing a new standard. But with that, there was very strong support in terms of prioritizing the development of NAM and other support material. And we did receive, as you see in the paper in Appendix 2, there were a lot of suggestions that we have received from participants in terms of ideas what we can potentially look at developing. And the next point is we didn't have a lot of feedback on private equity investments, but we did receive some. But ultimately, by and large, the feeling is that, as we've heard from in other forums, is that it's still very much a bit of a watch this space at this point. But we did talk about some of the potentially what we've heard, like things like the pressures that firms might get, things that we've heard in other forums as well. The last general point I want to bring up before we pass to the project team members to walk through those 8 elements and what we've heard under those 8 elements is that coordination with IESBA. And I think stakeholders have emphasized the importance of coordination with IESBA in terms of ISQ11. And we've also heard that some firms have implemented ISQ1 across the firms, but we certainly want to speak, we will speak more with IESBA, our colleagues in IESBA, and also with firms in terms of understanding what that means. But with that in mind, we have also made sure that in these roundtables, we have certainly tried to explain that what we're looking at developing this framework. It's quite different to ISQ1, and there are 2 different things, and this is not another version of ISQ1, or we're building on ISQ1. So we want to we try to clarify some of those views at these roundtables. So I'm gonna pass to the project team. So what we'll do is we'll walk through the first 4 elements, and we'll pause there and see if Chana and Rich want to bring in any feedback, additional feedback, and then we'll also get the board an opportunity to ask any questions or provide any comments. So first, I'm gonna pass to Cam.
Thank you. I'll grab the clicker. Okay, so we'll start with ethical leadership, this first FCG element. Throughout the roundtables, there was a clear agreement that senior leadership is crucial in this role to demonstrate, firstly, their commitment to ethics and the public interest, and as well as creating and fostering this ethical culture. How to do this, and earlier in the presentation, in Principia's presentation is also mentioned and highlighted, it's modeling behavior, right? Roundtable and what we call walking the talk. So roundtable participants did give a lot of examples of what this potentially could mean. So, for example, having the strength of character and integrity to put ethics and public interests at the forefront when making ethical decisions. And for example, when facing commercial pressures internally or externally. Having consistent, transparent, and regular communication. Having ownership also in driving the ethical culture so that senior leaders can actually allocate the time and resources throughout the firm to put this as a priority, ethics as a priority. And also having the accountability when things go wrong. So being able to own up to mistakes and say what they've learned from what has gone wrong, yet at the same time also demonstrating what is not tolerated. So what are those red lines? What are those boundaries? Senior leadership, it's also really important to recognize ethical behavior positively and publicly recognizing it. And some of this may be more of the informal sort, as was mentioned, in addition to disincentives measures, which we'll go into a little bit more. So we also noted that the importance of the tone at the top was really critical, but so is the buzz at the bottom and the tone in the middle. And that's really to ensure that the ethical strategy and the ethical tone has cascaded down throughout the entire firm and across the service line consistently. So it's really important to know what everybody is thinking, and that feedback loop is important. And also, I would point out that when creating this sort of the two-way communication with understanding the tone in the middle and buzz at the bottom, it's also important to have that psychological safety so that individuals throughout the firm also feel comfortable to be able to communicate openly. A few participants also mentioned the value of having leaders communicate long-term focuses, long-term purpose of the firm to enable and to mitigate short-term decision-making that are based on profits. Okay. So on the next slide here, I'm going to go through a little bit about oversight and governance. Okay, so again, throughout the roundtable participants, there was a agreement that oversight and governance is important, specifically structures that monitor, evaluate, and improve ethical culture and performance. Benefits of this that participants highlighted, for example, is that it allows for accountability, transparency, continuous monitoring and improvement, and of course, the reinforcement of ethical expectations. It was important, participants highlighted it was important to really designate an ethics leader or a representative to showcase that this is a priority within the firm. At the same time, it was recognized that this does need to be scalable. For example, larger firms might be able to have whole functions or departments dedicated to this, whereas maybe smaller firms, you might have to allocate some of this or integrate this responsibility to another partner's existing responsibilities. Examples of sort of regular monitoring and evaluation and continuous improvement structures. This could be, for example, using tools such as balanced scorecards, 360-degree feedbacks, culture surveys, whistleblowing mechanisms, and various interviews to gain this feedback and integrate it within their structures. One thing that participants did emphasize is that after gaining all this input, it's really important for the firm's leadership to actually act upon it and to showcase to the firm's individuals within the firms as to how the feedback has impacted their the operations going forward or the governance and the culture going forward, what efforts have been made. It's also noted that building an ethical culture takes time and it's a continuous effort. So it's not just putting in place policies and procedures and it's done and ethical culture is already created. It takes time to create and build. So with this, I'm going to pass to Carla. Excuse me. Thanks, Roy.
Thank you, Cam. On the provision of independent input, stakeholders did broadly agree that independent input is valuable for promoting ethical firm culture. They recognize the benefit of having independent input as it enables self-challenge and continuous improvement. It brings in broader stakeholder perspective, especially beyond the commercial interest, and it also acts as an accountability mechanism, especially at that leadership level. But they also mentioned that there is no one size fits all, and pointed to challenges of having such an input is finding the right individuals does take time, and compensation can sometimes be a barrier. And in a smaller market, there is going to be a risk of conflict of interest as there is a limited talent pool. So beyond INEs, participants mentioned a range of other sources that we could have for independent input, such as from PAOs or legal advisors and even other firms within the network. What matters is not where the input comes from, but that it is objective, credible, and empowered to challenge. So the participants stressed 3 qualities that they feel that this input would give it the value. That is that it is objectivity, access to information and authority, and also the relevant expertise. So as you can see, this theme also overlaps with accountability, as I just mentioned above. And it is a reminder that the other elements within the framework often reinforce one another. And I'll pass it on to Joanne.
Thanks, Carla. So regarding accountability, there was general agreement about the importance of accountability mechanisms across the whole firm in embedding an ethical mindset in the partners and staff. Participants shared that firms should have clear, consistent expectations for ethical behavior across all service lines and jurisdictions, such as establishing a code of conduct. And this is important to establish a global baseline of ethical behavior throughout the firm. It was also noted that it is important to communicate ethical breaches and the consequences of poor behavior within the firm to set the tone and expectations of what will not be tolerated. This creates an environment of internal transparency where partners and staff understand that there are real consequences to unethical behavior. Participants also shared the importance of creating an environment that encourages continuous learning and recognizes that mistakes can be made and learned from. It's important to be able to share stories about what went wrong, why it went wrong, and how it could have gone differently. However, this must be balanced with clear expectations of what behavior will not be tolerated and its consequences. Finally, having mechanisms in place to monitor ethics-related measures such as staff turnover on engagements and overtime hours are key to detect and address potential areas where ethical issues may arise. It's important to have metrics that can be measured, and firms can gather input on such metrics through using examples such as ethics surveys, 360 feedback, exit interviews, or conducting regular ethics audits. Just a few examples brought up by the participants. And Cam referenced this earlier as well when discussing oversight and governance, but it was noted that it is not enough to solely gather information on these metrics, but firms should be agile and use the data to enact real change and show continuous improvement. And before we move on to the next slide, I'm going to pause here and hand it back to Jeff for any questions. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Joanne. I'll just add one point is that, of course, these are the comments that have been brought up by the participants at the roundtables, and they're not necessarily the views of the project team, and we're still going to process them as we go through to the next stage, and which we'll talk to you a bit more later on. But before I pass it back to Gabriella to see if board members have any questions, I just want to see if Chana and Reach, if there's anything you want to add to what we've discussed so far.
Thanks, Jeff. I think at this stage, I would like to also take the opportunity to thank all the stakeholders who participated in the roundtable, because I think we got a lot of senior people who came and gave their valuable time. So I think we should thank the stakeholders, and it's across the firms, regulators, PAOs, all the different stakeholder groups came and sent their senior people, and we got a lot of valuable input from the 6 roundtables as well as the Forum of Firms deep dive. I'll have some more comments, Jeff, but I'll probably keep it until we go through the 8 elements.
Thank you very much, Jeff and Carla, Joanne. And thank you very much, Chana and Rich, for the great support and advice that you have been providing to the project team, which is critical, and I couldn't thank enough for your contribution. So these roundtables provided us, as you can see, a lot of insights, a lot of material, a lot of thought. And now it's the time to process and see what we can do with this information. So before we move forward to the next debrief or report back of other initiatives of engagement with stakeholders on the same topic, I'd like to see if there are any board members who want to make some questions or some comments on this report back. Ken, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And just a question to the project team who've been actively participating in the roundtables as well as the board advisors. And that question is a question that was raised in our jurisdictional standard setters meeting. And it is a question that goes to the core of this project, which is whether it is perceived or it is considered that this project is within this board's remit. And I just wondered if those who participated in the roundtables heard of any concerns or any questions around this perception that perhaps IESBA is going beyond its remit in addressing the different concepts, different elements of the proposed framework, especially around the area of governance or even independent input. These have tended to be a bit of a sort of a grayer areas, I suppose. relative to the issues that this board has dealt with traditionally. So just just again to dispel any sort of doubts or uncertainties around this matter, because at least from the roundtable that I participated in New York, and in the breakout group that I was in, all participants were very actively engaged on the different questions that we had put on the table for discussion as part of the discussion of the proposed framework.
Thank you, Ken. Jeff, I don't know who wants to respond. Rich?
Rich, please go ahead.
So I was an observer at that JSS, and I have heard that some comments about whether it was in our remit from other stakeholders, not necessarily at the roundtables. I think, you know, in hindsight, had we left the word governance off and maybe said firm ethical culture, we wouldn't have heard as much of that. But there was some misinformation being circulated. And I would say, as an advisor and observing both what happened, what we did last year in the working group and what the project team has done this year, at no time was there any intention that this project would in any way, shape, or form impact on how a firm organizes itself, structures itself, what legal protections it undertakes, how it manages itself, or a network, how they do that, or in any way, shape, or form would we have something that would say what services in the non-audit space could be provided beyond what's already in the NAS provisions. I don't know where that came from, but I heard those, and we did meet privately with a couple of the people at JSS and SAC to talk about that. But I think the other point I've heard is, well, the code applies to individuals. And I don't think that's necessarily accurate. We have sections already in the ethics that address some obligations or consideration around the firm, and certainly the entire independence section has application to firms. So I think I'm saying this just to hopefully alleviate that concern, because we're not trying to, I don't think I've seen anything that suggests where that project team is going would suggest that we're going to say that somebody has to do something a certain way in terms of how they manage, operate, govern themselves, et cetera. So I don't know if the others want to speak up, but.
Thank you very much, Rich. I may have some comments, but I prefer to listen to the board members first. David?
Thank you. So, and maybe I'll pick up a little bit on your question, Ken, and something that you said, Rich, that really resonates with me as well, because I've also heard from stakeholders about this idea of perhaps this is not within the remit. And the more I listen to what we're talking about and I see the feedback on the slides, something is emerging in my mind that might help differentiate between what is in the remit versus what isn't in the remit. And the way I separate it in my own mind very simply is, to me, ethical standards are about what you need to do, not how you achieve it. The how is what's determined by the organization, whether that's the firm, whether that's an enterprise, or whatever it is. So maybe differentiating, because a lot of this feedback is about how. Whereas if you go back to the earlier presentation, particularly the triangle, that's about what. And that what triangle resonates with me a lot, because I see those exact same ways of thinking about things in enterprise. It's not just about firms. I think it governs organizations as a whole. And I think Rania asked a really relevant question that I think highlighted the importance of this, which is when you think of that triangle, it can be applied equally to an individual, but it can also be applied to a group of people, because the same principles applies. Is perhaps you've got it organized differently around who's accountable, who's making decisions, things like that. So maybe that's something for us to think about as we go through the day, is differentiating between the what's required, which is the standard, versus the how it's achieved, which is the organizational implementation in a very practical way. And the other thing that really struck me, and what's really interesting, is the things that we're talking about here apply to every organization, not just the firm. So I know we're focusing on firms, but actually the model is exactly the same model in a private company, like it's a publicly traded company, frankly, even a public service. I mean, they're all structured in this way, and all of these, the triangular responsibilities for ethical behavior apply equally in any of those organizations. So I just wanted to share some of those observations, and maybe, I don't know if it helps a little bit with the what versus the how, and maybe that will crystallize where we go and help address some of the feedback we're hearing as well from stakeholders around where the remit is versus where it isn't. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Amarjit, please.
Good morning and thank you. So my question was, I do have some comments on the remit, but I think I'll probably not say that now. My question was on this NAM as an effective vehicle, which was there in one of the slides. So I think the feedback is that we should consider prioritizing the development of NAM and other support material over standard setting. So it would be helpful to know, some more details around this particular feedback. If the project team can give some more flavor, how strong is this pushback on standard settings? I think that would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, Amarjit. Take another question.
We can take
Okay. So then it was Rania, please.
Thank you, Chair. So with regards to, the question of remit, I think, one, this is an extremely important project, but I think it's a very sensitive one. And I think this, the answer to this question really depends on how, in what direction we take it. I think we have very good foundation. And to pick up on what David just said, there's the what and there's the how. And if I want to go back to the analogy that was mentioned this morning, like the software and the hardware, and perhaps our focus should be more on the software and on very high level principles, like how to develop or the software, what kind of software are we looking for? And how do you make sure that it's there at a very high level? And you mentioned something, Jeff, in the morning when you asked the question about the character. Like, I think those are, if the project team really focuses on those questions that the world is grappling with. And if we just stay away from the details, for example, we identified 8 elements, all extremely relevant. We saw that they have, as Chana mentioned, they very much, resonate with what was presented to us today by Principia. And so this really validates the work and the research that we've done, or the work that we've done. But my question, or my suggestion would be that we don't have to really, our project does not have to focus on each of those elements, because perhaps some of them are more or less within the remit of the board. If we focus on the issues that the world is grappling with, the things that, or the elements that, audit firms have already found a way to deal with, and they're doing well, then I think we can just stay away from them and let us add value by really solving those really critical questions. How do you make sure that you bring in the right character? How do you make sure that you have the systems, the proper systems that somehow do away with the characters that don't fit into the culture that we want? These are the questions that I think we need to be answering. And I think if our board provides the answers to those questions, I think our work will be very well received. But if we try to go into the elements, the different elements that are already, you know, being dealt with, and there are already systems, very elaborate systems, I don't see what kind of value would be adding. And I think we'd be perhaps going a bit beyond our remit. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Rania. Mark, please.
Thank you. I absolutely believe that the mandate, the remit of this board is to consider how to drive high quality ethical outcomes that are relevant to the discharge of work carried out by professional accountants. And we have certainly observed over, and speaking from a UK perspective, over the last 15 years, that important considerations about driving high quality outcomes are very much in the culture space. I accept the fact that in order to create the right culture, one of the critical components is governance, along with a number of others. So I do believe that the subject matter sits squarely within the remit of this board. And I think the feedback that you've started to take us through from the global roundtables, nobody is saying that high quality ethical outcomes are not relevant here. However, I've said before, both here and also at the JSS meeting, we've done that in the UK through an audit firm governance code. We've had it for 15 years and it's developed on an iterative basis. So whilst I don't think this work is outside of the remit and scope of this board, the question may be outside of the remit of the code. And the reason I say that is that if you read the purpose of the code, and I'm summarizing it, but there are 3 paragraphs at the start of it. It talks about the importance of the code in setting fundamental principles of ethics for professional accountants, reflecting the profession's recognition of its public interest responsibility. The principles establish the standard of behavior expected of a professional accountant. It then goes on to set out the fundamental principles and says the code provides a conceptual framework that professional accountants apply in order to identify, evaluate and address threats to compliance with the fundamental principles. So that leads me to ask a question of the output of this work is tremendously important because it will drive high quality ethical outcomes. But what the type of output is actually quite critical, because whilst I'm very comfortable it falls within the remit of this board, I question whether it falls within the scope of the code. And I think the challenge for the project team is to navigate something that responds to the demand that seems to be very present in our stakeholder base and very present from the feedback that we've heard so far from the global roundtables. But in doing so, it finds an appropriate home to fit it in. And I think where, and Rich referred to it, where there has been noise and where there has been misinformation or perhaps misunderstanding, it is because of concern, I believe, about the form that the output will take, not about the outcome we are trying to deliver. So that's a tricky handling one, but actually the subject matter is absolutely central to what this board is here for, in my view.
Thank you very much, Mark. Let me take a deep breath after your intervention, and we'll get back to that and pass to Hector.
Sorry, I have a different point. I I agree it's within the remit. I also agree that we could make decisions that would go beyond our mandate in this project. There's a risk of doing that. And there is a risk of things not fitting well in the code. I can see that. But I think there is a lot we can do within those boundaries without crossing any red line that are needed, not only useful, that are needed. But I wanted to mention something different. In the first four topics you have addressed, and I'm sure in the rest will be the same, you mentioned that you receive a lot of good examples from the roundtable participants. The problem with this kind of feedback is that we get data points, one here, one there, one over there, but we don't know how prevalent those practices are. And because of this, I want to insist on an idea that I have been advocating on this project for a long time, which is that we should have a survey. We should have a survey of firms, big, global, small, medium, and ask them whether they do or do not apply these practices. And if we get the survey results and we see that 80% of firms are already doing some of the things we're recommending, the landscape changes immediately. We're not just reinventing the wheel. We are just promoting good practices that many firms are already implementing and that might be missing in those that are failing to comply with their ethical obligations or generating a culture of ethical behavior. So we're talking about ethics being a driver of value. Well, many firms are probably doing the right things, but we get data points from the roundtables. We don't get percentages. We don't get something to show these are the best practices. We just get ideas and then we put these ideas in our report and people say, what do you know? What do you know? This is not the remit. You're not in governance. You should not be doing this. I honestly think we would get a lot of support if we have a survey and we invite firms of different jurisdictions, sizes, to respond whether they do or do not apply those rules, those practices, those recommendations.
Thank you, Hector. Maybe this is something to be discussed or somehow addressed this afternoon when we speak about what's next. What are we going to do? Which action are we going to take? Nancy, please.
So I want to address perhaps the jurisdiction question, but more the scope and maybe shift the focus a little bit. But then I have a completely different point that I want to make as we think about this afternoon. With regards to the scope, we've been on a process here to identify what the scope is. That was the point to the roundtables. And so rather than looking necessarily at this comment about jurisdiction as perhaps a negative or even an indictment, I would look at it more as feedback about be careful that you stay within the parameters of the jurisdiction, and tagging on to Mark's comments about whether or not something becomes part of standards versus non-authoritative materials. These have different impacts and different weights, and I think that might have been what you were hearing in an environment where it wasn't clear as to what the exact scope of the project might be. And so perhaps, and I would say specifically, for example, to independent non-executives, I think there was a reaction to that if that was going to come through as a mandate, then that might be perceived as perhaps going beyond what might be appropriate within the code. I'm not rendering an opinion on that. I'm just saying as a response to that. Whereas putting in independent input into non-authoritative material as a consideration is sort of a different kind of output, if you will. Again, speaking back to Mark's comments. So I think this is just informative to staff and to the board about thinking through how we want to ultimately define and then deliver on this project, which I think is basically the point to today, is to get to better clarity on that so that, you know, we are effectively responding to the feedback that we got. So setting that aside, on a very, very different note, as we go forward on this, one of the things that struck me during the Principia presentation, which was just outstanding, was a focus on the future as opposed to the past with regards to ethical behavior and tools and frameworks that are more predictive as opposed to backwards looking. I think is something that I'm hoping that we're going to pay a lot of attention to, because I know that PE investment was one of the things that was brought up, but we've also heard a lot about technology recently and the impacts on technology. And I think technology, Gen AI, is going to change how our workforce looks like in the future. And there's other elements that are on horizon that we've never seen before. So just as a broad note that I'm very hopeful and optimistic that these are B considerations as we go forward as well, about making sure that what we're doing is future looking and will help organizations in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Amajit, do you want to come back?
Yes, Gabriela, very quickly. In fact, I'm tempted to jump in on the remit debate. Very quickly, just 2 bits from my side. So I believe this board has to be guided by the spirit of its public interest mandate and deal with the challenges which are thrown up by ever-changing business environment. I'll just give you a very quick analogy with the securities markets regulation space. Typically, most of the securities market regulators have investor protection as the main mandate, and it's been there for decades. In fact, if you look at US investor protection and capital formation, these 2 mandates have been there for the last 90 years. But if you now let me, just fast forward to some recent events, let's say global financial crisis, which was a very major event. So that has put some obligations on securities market regulators also, not just the central banks, to contribute to management and mitigation of systemic risk issues, because that was one major issue which was thrown up by the global financial crisis. So while we contribute to mitigation of systemic risk in our own limited ways, we've not amended our mandate to reflect that. And the reason is mitigation of systemic risk very nicely syncs with our investor protection objective. And investor protection is the overarching mandate that is given by Parliament. So what I'm trying to say is that it's very difficult to codify everything in the statutory mandate. So we have to be a little careful here, because today, if we think going the way of amending our remit to reflect what we are doing with this project, tomorrow there could be similar demands when you take up other projects as well. So I think broader spirit of the mandate is what should guide us. I'll pause with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amajit, for that important point that you're making. And I think that we'll need to have further discussions around the same topic, because I have been hearing it from a few board members that we should really try to decide or agree what is the element that defines our mandate, besides what's already in the code and other things. And things like that, but maybe not now. Chan, I think that you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to deal with some of the things that I've come up with. So going back to during the roundtables, as Rich said, we didn't get, I don't think we got any pushback on the mandate, or anybody really raised it during the roundtables. And it was, I think, as Rich said, it was at the JSS. But when you look at the code, I mean, the independence provisions, it's applicable to the firm. So if people are telling us that, oh, we can't monitor the firm, we can only monitor the individuals, then my question is, well, what are you doing now? Because that means we have a regulatory gap now, because you can't monitor the firms over independence. Although, we have got these nice standards here, you're effectively saying that it's not effective. If you're saying that, that cannot be done. With respect to some of the things, I think when we talk about governance, we are talking about the ethical culture element of it. We are not really talking about how the firm organizes and manages, its business. It's more the ethics component of it. I don't know, Nancy, I also heard about the independent input part, whether we are mandating, and towards not the initial roundtables, to the last couple of roundtables, I made a specific comment that we are in no way close to, even mandating that INEs should be there, because that was a thing I think they picked up from some of the illustrative examples that have been given in the appendix. I mean, the appendix, which had 3 or 4 examples, was just meant as illustration, not that those are the first 4 things that we were going to incorporate in a standard. Another thing that has sort of come up is sometimes, and this was a comment that was made at the SAC as well, was we are reacting to one incident. No, we are not reacting to one incident. We had a whole series of incidents. These are a sample of those are documented in Appendix 8. I mean, we could have filled like 15 pages if we wanted to. And we are not reacting to one incident, but it's a series of incidents over, the cheating, confidentiality breaches, work paper backdating, as well as, getting illegal information on which entities are going to be subject to regulatory supervision or inspections. So we are not reacting to one incident. It's a whole series of incidents. Then another comment that has come up is, you didn't do a root cause analysis. My response to that is, well, the 8 elements, when you look at the 8 elements, weaknesses or failures in one or more of those elements are the root causes. You can badge it any way you want. But it basically is that if you apply those 8 elements, you will see that, in that particular instance, 3 or 4 were not functioning well. So those are some comments just to sort of counterbalance some of the comments.
Thank you very much, Chana, and thank you for the contributions so far. This is starting again to be a very interesting conversation that we will need to stop now for a while just to have some coffee and continue. Let me just give you 1 or 2 reactions on my side on this question about the remit, and it was good that you raised it, Ken, because I think it was a conversation also that we needed to have here and see how much this is being an issue for our stakeholders, or it's just something that is being questioned here and there. Anyway, it's a question that we need to face and solve and not be afraid of it. Personally, I have a full conviction that this all falls in our remit. This idea of splitting or even leaving aside governance, I think it will not be possible. We might make this decision today and come later to the conclusion that whatever we want to do on culture, then we'll need a hook. We'll need something more concrete. We'll need a framework. A framework, don't take me wrong. It's not. I'm not speaking about standards. It needs a framework that contains and shapes that culture. What we hear, for instance, from regulators when I speak with them, is that culture is nice, but they don't believe that we can do whatever without having the hardware, and I needed that. For instance, we heard from OECD. You heard them. No, okay. We can speak with you about culture or about governance. We are not going to speak about culture because we don't. I mean, we don't like it. We don't believe that it works without the governance. So I really think that there is a strong link between the two that makes them interdependent, and that if we do move on the culture without something else, we will come to a point where it will look like loose and not enough. Now, the other side of the coin, and there Rania also said something, but I think it was my conclusion, it's not exactly the same as you, is that saying that this is also about governance does not need to be understood. And someone said it here, like we are going to set up rules and decide how the firms do need to do things and etc. It's really the principles-based nature of whatever we will do, and materials that we will develop, and then all these things that need to focus on partially at least on governance, but it's how much we will be able to develop something which is really principles based and do not set all the rules about the how, like David was saying, what you need to do, which structures, which systems. We need to define the problem, where we want to go, the principle, where we want to go, or we would like the firms to go, and then the firms will decide the path to take. So I think this is a very interesting conversation because I see the different perspectives, but at the end I think that we will not go very far if we drop part of the story. So the focus on the future. Nancy, it's good that you mentioned it because it was one of the things that I liked in the Principia presentation. I'm sorry that they weren't able to finalize the presentation because it was really interesting, but well, there was some time issues, but we really should think about what we heard and this focus on the future, and more than on the future, it's about prevention. It's creating the structures, and that's how I always saw this project, creating the structure, the baseline, the environment for things to work well in the future. It's I think what we are speaking about, and not at all looking at the past and trying to build on the past, even if we know that some firms are already doing things which resulted from some issues that they had, and then they decide to do something to try to correct and make it better for the future. But that should be really the focus. So these are my initial takeaways from this meeting, but it's good that I think that this board put the finger on the right topics. And Mark, on your approach, well, I think that we will get back to it because your point is very valid. It's like people are not that much concerned about the reasons or it's about the product. And that's a question but we cannot decide on the product before deciding exactly what we want to do. So it's a little bit circular, but we'll get back to that conversation for sure. Yeah, so we will break now. We are a bit late, and come back at 11:30, okay? Which was the initial time. Okay, 11:30, okay? Thank you. So I think that we are still missing one or two, but I think that we need to restart because we are getting a little bit late. There is a lot still to discuss. And Jeff, I think it's you. I'm going to give you back the floor back to continue the presentation or the report back on the roundtable's feedback, please.
Thank you, Gabriella. Before I pass it to the project team to walk through the remaining 4 FCG elements and then the other the summary of the other meetings, just circling back to some of the discussions in the session before. Again, just to reaffirm that even as a framework, we have always set out that we're not setting processes. And similar to I guess what David has said earlier, it's really about the what and not so much about the how. But when you are thinking about the how, and even some of the examples that we have heard earlier about potential sort of support material, that's when we as a board and the project team so need to make a decision about how far do you go when you're looking at the support material, how because we are a standard setter and then we need to help, firms in terms of, whatever we develop to help them look at the ethical culture, create that environment and be proactive. But of course, there could be things that is even, too far down the practical side, perhaps is not really for us to consider. So those are discussions that we will have certainly this afternoon in terms of the type of NAM and support material that we can look at, the project team can look at developing, and certainly very much looking forward to that input from the board. So we're going to go through the remaining 4 elements. And so I'm going to pass it back to Joanne. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Sorry, Carla, can we move to the next slide? Thank you. So very quickly about incentives, there was general agreement that incentive and disincentive mechanism can impact and reinforce ethical behavior. And if you look at the bullet points here, a lot of these points on the slide that we heard from the roundtable participants were also brought up during the Principia presentation. And Jeff brought this up as a question to Principia earlier, but one of the key points that roundtable participants brought up was that ethical behavior is expected, so it can be difficult to tie directly to financial incentives. Nevertheless, firms should consider ethics and incorporate these in promotion and compensation decisions at all levels. For example, and this was brought up by Principia as well, firms can use balanced scorecards that consider financial and non-financial metrics. And by incorporating these metrics, firms can really drive the importance of ethics and make sure that it's a part of career progression and prevent an overemphasis on profit and revenue. Firms can also recognize and reward individuals for positive ethical decisions through non-financial means, such as sharing stories, giving out ethics awards. And Cam alluded to this earlier as well about the importance of senior leadership, recognizing this type of ethical behavior. And we've spoken before about how firms should clearly communicate ethical expectations and create this baseline behavior. And this type of non-financial recognition can also be helpful to showcase to employees and partners what exemplary ethical behavior can look like. We've also heard a lot from roundtable participants about disincentive mechanisms and how that can be a powerful tool. And I won't go into the examples, but something that we heard was that they need to be applied consistently in a timely manner and clearly to maintain and reinforce ethical expectations. We've also heard from participants about a chilling effect from enforcing these kind of public disincentive measures. And that can lead to a reluctance for staff and partners to speak up about unethical behavior. So therefore, these disincentive mechanisms should be balanced with a culture of learning and continuous improvement. And I'll pass it along to Carla for the next slide.
Thank you, Joanne. On the theme of open discussion and challenge, there was general agreement that it is an important element that makes up infrastructure of ethical decision-making. One of the discussions centered around enablers of that for that to happen, which is psychological safety, as Kemp mentioned earlier. And this came through very strongly in several sessions. Participants also shared a lot of examples of the how, as David mentioned earlier, that you see in front of you on the slides. But what I do want to share is an example a participant shared with me, which really stuck with me. The person mentioned that during a town hall, a junior staff member asked a question of which only to be dismissed by the CEO with a remark, "That's a stupid question." That single moment had a chilling effect, and that forever changed the culture within the organization for the next 5 years. So that's just an example of having an open culture of discussion and challenge, and that's been modeled by the tone at the top. On continuous education and training, there was definitely a strong, consistent support for rethinking how ethics education can move beyond passive compliance-driven models towards more continuous contextualized learning that keeps ethics in the top of our mind. And not just at that point in time, it's throughout the year and for the rest of your time. Stakeholders emphasize that ethics training must be practical, relevant, and embedded in real-world decision-making models. Another example, important aspect of that is scalability, especially for small and medium practices. In that context, participants shared that PAOs have a role to play, and it's crucial. They suggested that PAOs could support the SMPAG community by offering shared learning tools, learning modules, even peer coaching networks. And we're saving the best for last, which is transparency, and it was much of a contested topic during the roundtable discussion. Most stakeholders agreed that transparency is important, but they challenged the thinking harder about what it means and what transparency looks like with purpose. When it comes to transparency, there was general acknowledgement that it can support trust and accountability, but stakeholders also voiced a clear skepticism about the current model of transparency reporting, particularly in relation to ethical performance. As Nancy mentioned earlier, it is not about looking to the past, it is about looking to the future and what does transparency look like. Few participants cautioned and questioned the impact of those transparency reports. The concern was that much of the information disclosed in the reports are often viewed as compliance focused, it is dense, it is lengthy, and may not be user-friendly to some of the stakeholders who actually read those reports. Scalability emerged as an issue, particularly with smaller firms, and some also questioned the necessity of public disclosure when regulators do have direct access to information to firms through inspections and supervisory processes. Finally, several participants emphasized that internal transparency, what firms shared within the organization, is actually just as important, if not more. One participant shared that if staff don't see how issues are being handled internally, they least likely want to speak up. So with that, I'll pause here for questions from the board. Back to you.
Thanks, Carla. I think it's interesting, just even this last point on transparency, and it really, particularly the comment on internal transparency, really highlight the interconnectedness of some of these elements. For instance, when you look at transparency, it comes through in terms of ethical leadership, it comes through in terms of accountability. So really, these 8 elements are very much connected that way. I would also say, perhaps with the exception of transparency, where there's a bit more skepticism about what they have seen in some of the transparency reports and about perhaps the effectiveness of them. Certainly, I think participants overall agree that these 8 elements are helpful and useful in helping firms set the right ethical culture, and that's certainly something that we should look at. Another point I want to raise is that in terms of the types in terms of the suggestions we're getting back in terms of for developing NAM or other types of support material, certainly some topics, it's very easy to think, well, yeah, there's a whole list of things. Others is less. For instance, Carla talked about education, and I think that's where you find that we receive a few more suggestions that way. The paper that you've seen there, we have not included suggestions that are very, very much process related well outside, we feel that our remit in a sense, or our capacity to write. So we have not included those, but there were more, and I think that really sums up a lot of some of the roundtables is a lot of discussions about this is what you can do, or even some of the comments of what they are doing lends very much towards more sort of material that perhaps not so much for standard. So that's the basically the I guess the summary of the global roundtables. But before we move to the summary of the other meetings that we've had in Q2, I just again want to see if Chana or Rich have any additional thoughts. If not, perhaps Gabriella might see if board members have questions about those particular 4 elements that we've discussed. We've had a lot of general feedback already earlier.
Yes, thank you very much, Jeff. Yes, happy to see if there are comments on these 4 topics. Some of them, well, all of them, but some of them I think particularly relevant and probably difficult. Hector, please.
Thank you. I wanted to mention something on the transparency issue. I went back to the firm culture and governance report, the final report, and there the description of the transparency practices are not directly expecting firms to disclose ethical failures. They are much more into how they prevent them from happening. They talk about governance, internal controls. Let me see what it says here. Quality assurance, independence practices. So when the roundtable participants said this looked like compliance, well, it's actually because that's what many regulators ask firms to disclose, what are their practices in terms of compliance to prevent ethical failures. So if the expectation is that they will be making public their failures, many firms will be afraid of doing that because they have reputational issues, there is privacy issues. Usually you use those cases internally for training. You say, well, we had a case of a senior consultant or a partner that was involved in this conduct and he or she was sanctioned. You use that internally, but advocate or disseminating that externally is very difficult for all organizations, not only audit firms, I guess. So I'm not sure we should be, somehow in the roundtable, people understood that transparency was linked to showing your dirty laundry in public. And my recollection of the report, it was the opposite. It was what systems do you have to keep your clothes clean? That was only a comment on that.
Thank you very much, Hector. Obichukwu?
Thank you very much. And thanks to the project team for the good work. I would like to make a comment on all the principles, because going through them, it appears as if our fundamental principles that should be the principles we should build the framework on are kind of distant or indirect, not directly shown in the principles that we are using to design the framework. So I was thinking I will hear things about objectivity, integrity as directly direct, as against what we are having, as if we are going away a little from not being very direct with what the fundamental principles and what we already have in this code. I'm not hearing anything about rule and mindset. These are things that are framework, things that you can put in the framework. So I just want to point that out, that if we can bring ourselves more into the code we already have, you can easily draw out a framework from the code. The code is so rich, we can draw out the framework, which all these other elements can form part of. But let us focus, let the framework, let the code come out, let the framework be integrity. These are the issues. Objectivity, professional competence, and due care. Just like the presentation we had, they had something on professional competence. So that's what I want to talk. That's my input. If we can just focus on our standards and bring out something, it will be of good help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Obichukwu. Vania, please.
Thank you. Transparency is something that goes to my heart. So I think this topic is very important for us. And it's amazing when we go to the round tables, how distant the opinion of a group can be from the other. So looking at that, you realize that we can hear completely antagonic situations. For example, some would say information may not be tailored to stakeholders, so the company should not tell what the other want to hear. But then you go to the other group and the company cannot impose the words and tell something that is not what the stakeholders need to hear. So both situations are correct, and we must hear all of them and balance what exactly is the problem concerning to that. And scalability and proportionality is some of them that I have been dealing very close, because the standards are principle based. So we are focused on the what and not the how. So if it is a small and medium company, it should not be complex for them to report or to attend what we are asking, because their reality is simple by definition. So they cannot create what they are not. So that, I think that education capacity building has a very strong role to be played in this sense. So we can demystify some of the concepts that people have when they go to those kind of round tables. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Vania. Sadia, please.
So firstly, I just want to thank the staff and everyone involved in these roundtables. It was an important exercise and it was a lot of work, and I really appreciate the feedback we've received in terms of the agenda papers. I have a question or maybe a check to see if there's something not in the agenda papers that maybe you'll want to share. And the first one was, did we hear any concerns from a specific jurisdiction on any one of the 8 elements? And the second question is the other way. Did we receive from a specific jurisdiction, and I say jurisdiction, I mean where the roundtables were held, about one element that came forward as the number one or the one that was prioritized? And then just on the last question would be, I know in the paper we speak about other items that are not covered, PE, coordination, but was there anything else that isn't covered by the 8 elements that was put forward that needs to be considered? Thanks.
Thank you, Sadia. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Gabriela, and thank you for those feedback and comments. In terms of transparency, certainly the question that we had were really around what kind of information that we think the different stakeholders would be interested in, but then it very quickly turned into public disclosure or transparency reports. But even with that, it's still kind of people's kind of still circle back to some of the points that you were raising about the importance of that sort of transparency within the organizations. And also in terms of public disclosure of failures, for instance, people do question, well, how comparable that data is, because non-compliance, X number of non-compliance about this by a major firm would be very large firm would be very different. If the same number, you cannot just compare that with a smaller firm. And also, I think people are recognizing it's not as straightforward when you think about using the information in terms of public information. The other comment we've heard, maybe not so much from the roundtable, you hear a little bit more in terms of from the other discussions that we've had, is that regulators essentially can get what they need anyway. So that's something we need to think about. Vanya, in terms of your comment about transparency, for instance, with the smaller firms, maybe, but certainly from a S&P perspective or really smaller firms, what we've heard is, transparency or public disclosure is not necessarily going to drive behavior because they deal much more closely with their clients. And so, in fact, what we've heard is that ethics is really important because if we don't have that, they lose their clients just like that. And so that's something that we've heard. They're not saying that transparency is not important, but they're recognizing perhaps, the personal relationship with their clients are perhaps even more fundamental. And Obi, thanks for your feedback about drawing out from the code, and we certainly look at that, and certainly welcome for any other suggestions later on at the round it keeps thinking round table. I've done so many of these at the breakout group discussions. And Sadi, in terms of any specific concerns from any jurisdictions, and certainly you've heard about transparency. I would say number one is that the comments are fairly common across all jurisdictions. So some of the things we've heard is, of course, for instance, transparency. When you look at provision of independent input, of course, there were a lot of comments across all jurisdictions about, are you setting standards that we need to have INEs or independent non-executives, for instance, and we have made sure that at every time the question is raised, that we mention that, well, at a global environment, it is impossible to set thresholds like that. And China have explained a little bit about that as well. In terms of what's good that's coming out of the jurisdictions, I would say that there's certainly strong agreement about the importance of ethical leadership as a starting point. And I think that that's pretty much, and also, like I said earlier, the recognition of the importance of ethical culture in driving behavior. I think those are two things certainly very much come through all the different jurisdictions. And there's certainly some comments about the need to recognize cultural differences. But even within that, I think everyone would have said, ethical culture, leadership, it's really important. But I just want to see if the rest of the project team have any additional thoughts on those.
Maybe if I may, one in some of the roundtables, there were questions also raised by a few participants with respect to whether or not having a standard would actually move the needle, or whether or not other vehicles were more effective. And I think this was covered a little bit in the previous discussion. Just wanted to highlight that as well. Thanks.
Thank you. So with that, perhaps, Gabriela, if that's okay, we might this Rich, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think the point about ethical leadership came out everywhere, and everybody felt strongly that that was perhaps the most important, but it tied in with some other things. Cam's right. We heard a lot of concept that would a standard really help here, so much as the materials one could develop and advance the topic through NAM or other ways. The other thing we think we heard pretty consistently, I'd say that Jeff hadn't already mentioned, is that there's a pretty high dissatisfaction with the current way ethics is kind of taught, so to speak. Like here in the US, there was a lot of criticism of the state boards of accountancy tests approach. And that as we went overseas, we heard some very enlightened and interesting approaches that people have taken to try to do more experiential type learning. And that seemed to be consistently a theme we heard, that we need to find ways to get people to be thinking about this, just not memorizing the rules. That was kind of the other point I would raise. Thanks.
Thank you, Rich. So we move to the next part of just to report back some of the other meetings that we've had. Carla, if you can turn to the next slide. So in Q2, we've had.
Sorry, Jeff.
Go ahead.
There's just one.
Please.
Just before we move on, I think just a question. Given how reiterated the point was made on the importance of ethical leadership, was there ever any kind of questions around how is there much more concrete accountability at leadership level, tone is one thing. But when leadership kind of steers in the wrong direction, but then because the leaders, they kind of feel they can get away with it, how do we strengthen the importance of accountability at leadership level? Just was there any points around that?
Sure. Thank you, Paul. That's a great question. One is from the aspect of challenge. So really having that other voice, like whether it's independent or objective, but having a voice to be able to challenge leadership decisions or the discussions they're having, and that voice being able to have some level of authority. So that was one aspect of it. Another aspect was really, and here we do come back at the end of the day to the tone, but it's really having that senior leadership really being very explicit when a behavior is not appropriate. I do recognize that when we're talking about very senior leadership, that could present a problem. So that's when the challenge of the objective input comes in. But that's where I would, if anybody else wants to chime in, but hopefully that's helpful. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, so that's a good question, Paul. I think, the problem is these elements, there's interrelationships. Ethical leadership has a relationship to governance, to rewards and recognition. So it's all linked. And your question is a good one, because if the senior leaders go off the reservation, how do what's the control? And the control is governance. Like in PwC Australia's case, the CEO went off the reservation, and the problem they had for a while was you couldn't. They had to go to a full partnership vote if you were to fire the CEO. Now they have changed the mechanism where the governance board has the right to hire and fire the CEO. So I think we can't look at one element in isolation, because there's interlinks with these elements.
Yeah, and I suppose some examples to which, what the one you mentioned is one, but even in companies there are some examples of ways of trying to deal with top leadership accountability, which we might want also to look at. So, Jeff, please. Sorry, Rania.
Just one quick observation. I just want to say that looking at the feedback from the roundtables, one might argue that the feedback really focuses on the mechanics of the different elements rather than on foundational issues. I mean, besides the first bullet under each element, which is where the participants express agreement with the element as one important element of ethical culture, the rest of them, for example, on structured mechanisms. For example, I'm looking at open discussion and challenge, use of structured mechanisms, tools, surveys, whistleblowing system, barriers. So just an observation to say, I mean, especially if we want to link this to the previous discussion on remit and the direction that the project is going, just to be careful and how we use the feedback from the roundtables to make sure that we stay within our remit and continue to be principles based. Just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Rania. Certainly, we didn't go in there and just ask them, give us ideas for NAM and guidance material, right? But we've gone in there and say that we want information that will help us develop this framework standard, but also materials that will support this framework. But that's what the conversations have really pivoted towards. But we will be able to continue to work around the information that we have and make sure that whatever we develop is well within our remit. So thank you for that. One other point, Paul, in terms of your feedback. Another thing that people have said is is the use of independent or objective input to keep the leadership accountable as well. So again, it kind of speaks to the interconnectivity, connectedness of all these different elements. Thank you for raising that question. So we're going to move into the summary of other outreach. As you've seen there, we have met with quite a lot of different groups of stakeholders from firms, PAOs, including pharma firms, and the IFAX SMPs, but also individually with the EFIA's SAWG, and also, but also with two regulators when we were in Kuala Lumpur. So I'm going to ask Carla to give you a very quick update on that, on those meetings. Thank you, Carla.
Thank you, Jeff. So we did hear overlapping messages across as from the global roundtable, and I'll give you an overview of some of the messages we've heard. So on this slide, we've met with the foreign firms and the IFIA SGWG group. The session with foreign firms was a deep dive with the same breakout structure as per the global roundtables. The feedback was really insightful and strongly aligned to what we heard elsewhere. And some of the key messages that we heard was there was a clear endorsement for leadership walking the talk, caution not to place a burden on ethical culture on just one individual. So Paul, to your question earlier, the foreign firms came together collectively. They agree that it is a collective responsibility that seems to be more sustainable rather than it falling on the one person within the firm. And proportionality came through very strongly as well, especially in terms of practicality and requiring independent input, especially with the smaller firms. And notably, the foreign firms questioned whether new standard will actually move the needle, as Kemp mentioned earlier, and as we mentioned earlier in the earlier session. There is a clear preference from the foreign firms for NAM material to allow more firm flexibility. And turning to the left-hand side, the engagement with IFIA Standards Coordination Working Group, the tone here was a bit more measured than the IFIA plenary session. While there's an interest in the topics, some members, they encourage us to carefully weigh in market appetite and the risk of overburdening the firms. In particular, there was a concern that the transparency component might be misunderstood or misapplied. So guidance will be more effective than a standard. And I'll move on to the last slide, where we also conducted targeted outreach session, as Jeff mentioned earlier, with regulators and the SMPAG community and the JSS. Regulators in Malaysia and Singapore were supportive of the project and did not raise enforceability concerns, and that they also supported the approach to remain principle-based and scalable. We also met with a group of Asia-Pacific SMPs organized by ACCA, and their feedback closely aligned to what we heard at the roundtable, especially on the challenge of independent input again. There was strong support for the project with a preference for practical, flexible tools over prescriptive requirements. And at the JSS meeting, as we discussed earlier, and as well as the SMPAG meeting with the IFAC SMPAG group, there was a mixed support and concern. To sum it up, some question whether governance-related standard actually fits within IESBA remit. This came through very strong in the two sessions that we attended, and there was some preference for strengthening the application of existing code over creating new requirements. So before I open the floor and pass it back to Jeff, I'd like to invite Sadia, who's our board's SMPAG liaison member, to share if she has any additional reflections from that session.
Thank you, Carla. A lot of what we heard at the SMPG was very aligned to what the feedback we received so far. The one thing I thought that stood out was there was an explanation that in many jurisdictions, SMPs make up the majority of firms, and that these would have the most, since the requirements are on firms, these would be the entities or the firms that would be most effective. This was a very engaging topic because every single person around the table spoke about the topic, and some of them had already engaged in the roundtables as well. There was also consensus that this was very important because it was linked to the reputation of the firms, and they thought that SMPs, that was one thing that couldn't affect SMPs because their entire firm is built on their reputation. But there was also consideration of in SMPs, you have sole practitioners, and what does ethical culture look like in a sole practitioner versus an SMP with 900 plus in employees. So the range of even the scalability within the SMP environment was important.
Okay, thank you, Carla, and thank you, Sadia. I don't know, Rich, whether you want to say anything about the Pharma Firms meeting? No, okay. Perhaps we'll pass to the next slide, and then that's pretty much the end of this presentation, and then I'll pass it back to you, Gabriela, and see if there's any more additional feedback. So the next one is on coordination with IESB. If I can move to the next slide. Certainly, we've had IESB board representatives in 3 of the global roundtables, 2 in persons and 1 of the virtual ones, and that's we have always set out to do that. They weren't able to participate in some of the roundtables, but they certainly did when they could, and it gave them an opportunity to also hear the discussions and particularly if there's any questions about connectivity with ISQM1. We've had some coordination meetings between the 2 boards representatives as well. We've had, certainly at staff level, we've met a few times just to discuss particularly how to move forward, but looking at a little bit more into ISQM1 and some of the elements that may be relevant for these boards, for the project team's consideration. But we'll continue those discussions, and we've had 1 meeting with the board representative as well. We will continue with those discussions and coordination catch-ups after the June board meeting. So Ken and I, we will present at their meeting next week. They have allocated a session on Monday for allow us to give them an update of our roundtables, but also in terms of where we get to in terms of our board meeting and our discussions today. So we'll look forward to those, and hopefully we will be able to address any questions that the board have about this particular project. And like I said, we'll continue with our coordination activities going forward.
Yes, Jeff, Mark, I think wants to make a question.
Thank you, Jeff. Really a sort of slightly more specific one from me, and that is very much welcome the ongoing coordination with the IAASB. I think in some of the sort of background to this project and the ongoing work, people say, well, you know, this is all sort of linked in with ISQM1, and the coordination with ISQM1 is going to be a sort of particularly important aspect of this as the work gets taken forward. So I just encourage sort of you and the team to think about the coordination with the IAASB, not just at a sort of general level around the work, but we do need to sort of get down in the weeds with ISQM1 as well to make sure that our proposals and what they've got in their standard are going to align and coordinate well. So it probably is just worth, you know, sort of being able to touch base on that occasionally to make sure it's an area that we can drill down into.
Thank you, Mark. That's very helpful, and in fact, that's certainly what the project team has been doing. But of course, some of the discussion becomes a little bit academic without a framework or a standard, right? So we need to take that into consideration as well. But as we move forward, depending on what the board agrees, just a little later in terms of our approach and the development of NAM, we will, of course, look more closely into the connectivity with ISQM1. So thank you for that feedback. That certainly it's helpful. Thank you. So I don't know if board members have any, because we do want to dedicate the next part. We have about 15 minutes on. Tomoyo.
Thank you. So one question. So in the past discussion in these board meetings, always the concerns was not the accountant audit side, but the consultant side or the advisory side. So were there any participants from the consultants, the advisory side in the outreach, and any discussions around that part? Because one of the reasons why maybe non-work is the standard can only affect the audit or the PA side. So whether that can solve the problem was the kind of concern we had. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo, for that question. Of course, the code also applies to firms. That includes people who work inside the firm. But certainly there was no, from the participants' discussions, I think people certainly appreciate that and agree that this framework or all these principles needs to apply to the whole firm and not just one particular area. So when you're looking at culture, you don't want to just look at subculture or culture within one business unit. And as we've heard this morning in the presentation, from their observations and their researches, some areas, particularly in audit, might perhaps do a little bit better in terms of compliance with ethical requirements. So I think the participants are certainly very much appreciate the need to cover all the services, but there weren't so much comments about using NAM as a way to address the fact that or any suggestions that the code doesn't cover those other services, because the code does. Yeah, thank you. Chana, please.
Yeah, so Tomoyo, to your question, I think there were participants both from audit and non-audit areas. It was not the participants who were just coming from the audit areas of the firm. And we had some leaders who would have responsibility across both areas of the firm. As Jeff said, I mean, we are looking at the whole firm, not only the audit side of the business, and the code applies across the firm. It doesn't have to be whether you are a PA or not, because we are applying it at the firm level.
Okay, thank you very much, Chana. Are there any other questions to the project team on the feedback received or comments? Okay, if not, then Jeff or Cam, I think we can move to the next presentation or part of the presentation.
Yes, thank you. So we will just wait a second for Ashley to bring up the next presentation. This discussion, and thank you for all your feedback on the roundtable feedback and the other meetings as well. We'll take those into consideration, and some of the feedback, hope you bring it up again also when we have the breakout discussions on NAM and other support material. This session is particularly looking at our strategic approach moving forward, aligning with the discussions that the board already had yesterday in terms of the overall strategic approach going forward, looking at the different work streams. So if I can move to the next
Jeff,
slide.
sorry, before you move to the next slides, just 30 seconds just to...
oh, yes, please, of course.
No problem. No problem. Is that probably something that I should have mentioned at the start, but it's still time just to frame a little bit the discussion. So just like Jeff was saying, yesterday we had a very important strategic discussion about the strategy of the IESBA, based on what we have been hearing, what we have been reflecting upon, and etc. Part of it, and I think that I can take the risk of saying a substantial part of this discussion and about what we are hearing is not only about the general strategy of the IESBA, but about firm culture and governance, which is really triggering some discussions and reflections and stepping back and etc., which is healthy for us. But what you are going to see next, and Jeff will say better than I do, but this is the result of this reflection upon everything that we have heard in the roundtables, in the one-on-one meetings, and etc. But also, it's already somehow the application or drill down of a more general thinking about the IESBA strategy and approach into a concrete project. So what you'll see, and you may have seen the slides, I'm sure you did, it's very consistent with what we have discussed yesterday in terms of what our positioning, our approach will be. And this is something going forward that we need to make sure in everything that we do. Once we agree what our positioning is, what are the lines of action, the way we address the topics, and etc. So I just wanted to highlight, and if it is not, please highlight it yourself, but it is meant to be a kind of a reflection or a consequence of the general reflection that we have been having about what we want to be, do, and where we want to go. Jeff, sorry.
Thank you for that, Gabriela. That certainly helped to set the scene for our discussion in just a minute. Just to refresh the board's memory, is that the current timeline of where we're at, we've done the roundtables, and of course earlier we've had the project approval in December, and we've looked at the feedback. And so in the current timeline is that we were going to certainly approve an exposure draft in December 2025 and looking at final approval of the standard in December 2026. And of course, continuation of the development of NAMs in 25 and 26. So that's the current timeline. But as we have heard in terms of the discussions yesterday, I won't go through these slides. This is basically a straight lift from the slide that we used yesterday on the proposed overall IESBA strategy, and the board has made some comments certainly about the overall IESBA strategy, and just I guess a summary that the board again, certainly very supportive of what was proposed, and perhaps made some suggestions. And the PC yesterday discussed that, and we'll come back to you on Thursday in terms of what the PC suggests to include or revise in the strategy, but also more importantly in terms of the work plan going forward for 25 and 26. So that brings us to this particular slide, which is essentially what we would like to hear from you in terms of the project team's recommendation. So based on what we've heard, that you have heard already just now in terms of the feedback that we've heard from the roundtable, from the other stakeholder meetings that we've had about certainly why support and suggestions to prioritize the NAM development. And we've heard certainly support of the importance of firm culture and governance, but looking at the suggestions, looking at going forward, whether it would be more suitable to first focus on NAM and support material development. And as you've heard, there were some doubts from different meetings that we've had about the need and effectiveness of setting a standard at this stage. And so based on what we've heard and taking into consideration what others have heard at other meetings about the overall IESBA strategy in terms of slowing down standard issuance, focus on ANI, the project team, and in consultation with board advisors, China and REACH, our recommendation is to resequence the two work streams to better align with the overall IESBA strategy that the board discussed yesterday. What this means is that first we will focus our efforts on developing supporting materials for the next 18 to 24 months. And in the latest session that you will see the project team will has some suggestion about how we can move forward in terms of the support material. So we will discuss those with you this afternoon. And that's not in the material that you have received, but since we posted the material, the project team had the opportunity to think a little bit more about how to move forward in terms of what this means to focus our efforts on developing support materials for the next 18 to 24 months. The other part of this proposal is to continue to explore the best approach to the FCG framework, which will of course be informed by our work on developing support materials as well as other initiatives. What the project team has saying and others have said already, and Gabriela have mentioned this, is that the importance of this project and the importance of the recognition of the importance of culture, and what the importance of firms proactively doing something to create a healthy ethical culture because of its impact on behavior. And what we've identified, as we've mentioned over and over again, is the interconnectedness of the different elements. So it makes sense for the project team to continue to work on these elements, to work on deducing the principles. And because of the interconnectedness, whether you call it a framework or not, or a series of principles, essentially that's what it is, that we believe is still worth, that is still important for this project team and the board to work towards. And so for the next 18 months or so, that certainly is something that the project team will continue to work on. And then as we continue to think through that, we will, as part of that thinking, we will of course think about in terms of the standards and the remit and whether it would sit better as support material. But all those, what it is, it's allowing the project team to take more time to think through these issues, to think through the remit, to think through what is the most efficient and effective way within the remit of this board to be able to develop something that will help firms and to continue to operate as ethical firms, which is what really what this project is set out to do. So that's what we're recommending. I'm just gonna quickly do one more slide. We'll come back to this, and then I'll ask Rich and China or Gabrielle and Ken if they have any additional feedback or comments. This, in terms of some of you would you have been we have circulated the PIOB's public interest issues for Q2 2025, and of course it touches on, it has a section on this project as well. Essentially, the PIOB has expressed the continued support for this project and its objective, of course. And they welcome the board's intention to instilling behavioral changes through the different elements of the framework, which is essentially still what we're very much about, and support for the development framework that is scalable, applicable to the whole firm, covering network arrangements. These are things that we've been saying all along, of course, that the project team will look at. And also support for consideration of risks arising within legal structures across firms and PEI, but leaving regulation of legal structures to regulators, which again, we have identified and expressed that even last year as part of the working group, and also in the working group's final report as well. And the PIOB has also emphasized the benefits of enhanced coordination with IESBA, which of course we have been certainly working hard in making sure that we have strong coordination and close coordination with them on ISQM1. So I would say overall, the PIOB is still certainly supportive of where we're going. And again, what we're proposing, it's about resequencing of the two work streams and now focusing on the development of NAM and support material, allowing us more time to think about the framework, to gather more information. And also as part of that, to really have to engage with stakeholders and to get their involvement, to get more of that involvement moving forward. So with that, before perhaps we ask the board for your feedback, I just want to see if Chana and Rich have any additional comments on this part, on the strategic approach.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So I think based on the board's discussion yesterday on slowing down the standards, it's a resequencing between the standards and the NAM. So that doesn't mean that for 18 months we are not going to do anything on the standard. It's more, first let's resequence and let's think a bit more about what it means. So that's some initial comments, but I'm happy to take other comments.
So thank you, Chana. Rich?
Yeah, I would also say that it's a resequencing. I'm not because we heard unequivocally from everybody that however you want to define what NAM is, NAM would be helpful, and they were looking for that and looking for it as they tried to address improving, enhancing ethical conduct. And that was one thing that was encouraging, is at least from the profession, we didn't talk to anybody who didn't have some focus on improving ethical behavior. And I thought that was encouraging, but they're active in it. And so I think every breakout I was in, we heard calls for opportunities for NAM. And so I think that's an important element of why this resequence, and we're listening to what our stakeholders are asking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rich. Nancy, please.
Thank you. I'm highly supportive of this approach. I think it represents what I would consider to be an agile response, and I use agile in two ways. One is that we're being agile in the sense that we have taken in feedback, some information from an environment. We use the roundtable and the other input in order to manage our response. So I think we have been agile in how we're thinking about this. I also think about agile though in the sense of big technology systems that use agile development methodologies to take big projects and put them into short pieces of information in order to move things out quickly rather than waiting until you have a big end result. And I think this is a perfect example of where that kind of thinking will allow us to bring fairly quickly some impact. And to Rich's point and others, this driving desire, and I think it's by all firms, but especially our small and medium practitioners who don't necessarily have easy resources to find this stuff. So I'm highly supportive for all the reasons suggested. In addition to, I think this I consider to be a very agile response.
Thank you very much, Nancy. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. To be honest, I'm not sure if I agree or I disagree, and I'll explain what I mean by that. I haven't heard anything in the presentation that actually says we've got a deficiency in the standard. So when I look, for example, at the 8 criteria, I actually went back to the conceptual framework, and those are all covered by the conceptual framework. And then there's the section 120.13 that also talks about culture. Granted, it's application guidance. So that's why I'm not sure. I'm not sure that there's actually a deficiency in any one of the principles. And hence, when it comes to standard setting, I'm not sure I'm convinced yet that there would even be a need for standard setting beyond that. Because if we haven't identified in all of the really good work that's been done that there's a deficiency in a principle or, in a requirement, then that's why I kind of step back and say, well, what exactly is the standard that would be missing anyway? So that's one thing I would just share as an observation. I think the additional guidance, whether we call it illustrative examples, use cases, whatever name we give it, I think that would be very helpful. So showing how these principles apply in a group context within a firm, I think would be very helpful. So again, whether you call that NAM or whatever name we give it, to me, that kind of additional guidance would be helpful. So I don't actually see this as a resequencing. I see this more as, look, we've identified this is the need. We haven't yet identified that there's a need in a standard development, even on a narrow scope basis. I haven't heard the compelling case yet for that. So that would be kind of my observations in terms of what you guys have shared. A lot of the feedback has been about the how, but again, that would be illustrative applications as examples. It wouldn't even necessarily be a best practice, because I think the comment that was raised, I think it was Sadia that raised it when she said, you know, is this widespread? And I think Hector raised it as well when he suggested the outreach. Again, we'll talk about this afternoon and the survey, but it's a good point, and hence, you know, the supporting materials maybe shouldn't even be framed as a best practice, because best practice is a relative concept anyway. But sharing good practices and what that might look like in terms of good when we apply all of the conceptual framework might be a very helpful way to look at it. And I think it would go further to address the concerns on small, medium practices. And in what I've heard so far, and granted my experience is nowhere near as extensive as others who are embedded within firms, but what I'm hearing is the small firms are hyper-focused on this because they can't afford not to be. If they have an ethical lapse or failure, for them it could mean the end of the firm. Whereas the larger firms have deeper pockets and tend to be able to absorb it a little bit more. So, but they put structures in place. I mean, it's a different dynamic, I think. So those would just be some observations. And again, I'm not sure I've heard the case yet for even narrow scope standard setting, but definitely I agree on the supporting materials. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Obichukwu, please.
Thank you. I don't really agree with the strategy, because I think that we've had standards, very good standards, but we see high rate. Okay, I'm not saying high rate, but I think the compliance is very poor. Then when you keep something as important as this FCG in the NAM, compliance, I don't know what will happen to compliance when the standards are not yet being complied with. So I believe it should sit in the standard. We should have a framework that is actually principle-based. Anything principle-based will always be scalable. It will always be scalable because ethics is universal. What is right in any place is right anywhere. So I believe we should have a framework that's principle-based and not too bogus in the standard. One, it is going to be codified. If it's in the standard, it's codified and it's binding on accountants and on firms to do that. But when you put it in the NAM, some people might not look at it. People will look at it, but there's no binding, there's no, how do I say, obligation for them to abide by it. I believe that this FCG is very important to IESBA, because it's the heart and soul of what we do. If we are able to come out with a good framework, you see that the standard comes alive, because culture is about how we do things. The standard talks about, the standard helps, but if you have a framework that tells firms, this is how, we're giving you a framework of how to ensure ethical culture that will now drive people, systems, and everything. So I believe that the strategy, we should not change the strategy. We should continue with trying to get a framework, because I'm trying to understand, is it actually because of the feedback, or is it because we ourselves are not yet, we don't have a framework yet? Within 18 to 24 months, I believe we can get something. I'm sorry to take time, but I still want to go back to what I said in the March board meeting. A framework, I can share a framework that I think, but it's subject to review. If you establish principles based on the fundamental, on our fundamental principles, educate, engage, ensure engagement by ethical leadership, by incorporating it to all the work processes, audit procedures, all that, recruitment, everything. Then you also provide an enabling environment. That is where all these 8 principles we're talking about actually fall in. Providing an enabling environment for accountability, for open dialogue, and the rest, then ensure enforcement through effective monitoring and evaluation and reporting. So I feel that if we have a framework, to me, I see it as something that will push the standard into coming to life. And even me as a small practitioner, I see it's something that we can do. Even as a one-man business, sole practitioner, it's something you can do. Okay, I need to do this. If you have a simple principle-based standard, it will push. And then we now support it with the NAMs. But if you now push the standard and focus on only NAMs, then compliance might also be poor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Obichukwu. Amajid, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. And frankly, I'm struggling a little bit here. 3 or 4 points from my side. One is that what I raised in the earlier session also. So I'm not very clear on how strong is the pushback on this particular piece for standard setting. That is A. While I do recognize that there is a general pushback and we need to reprioritize, etc., but still a little more flavor on how strongly does the industry feel for not having the standards. I think that would help. That's probably the elephant in the room question. Second is, as far as resequencing is concerned, I have with me a presentation which was made in the March meeting on the NAM strategy. And that strategy very clearly outlined that we should not front run, that is, reach early conclusions when standards are not yet finalized. So here we are, kind of going back on that. We are going to front run NAM when the standards are not yet done. Also, given that, what would be the basis for developing NAM? I mean, we are seeing different voices even in the feedback on transparency, on the independent need for independent directors on the board, etc. So, what would exactly form the basis for doing NAM also is not very clear to me. C, I assume there is a genuine pushback, we want to resequence, etc. Even if we want to travel that road, if we don't indicate any timeline in terms of when we'll do the standards, you run the risk of industry telling you 1 year down the line, look, you've done NAM, this is good enough, there is no need for standards. So at least some indication of when do you want to take it up? That would help. I'll just pause with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Amajid. Rania, please.
Thank you. So like very much in line with what David just said, but perhaps not exactly the same, that I don't think at the moment we have enough for a standard setting project. I mean, we might have somewhere down the line, but not at the moment. I don't think the feedback we have is enough. That's one. Secondly, I think that a standard setting project on this particular topic, it cannot rely only on feedback from stakeholders, because we are making an assumption, we're assuming that the different stakeholders that we're getting the feedback from have the right behaviors that we are trying, or at least collectively, not individually, but even collectively, they have the right behaviors that we would like to emulate or replicate. And that is, I'm not sure that this is a plausible assumption. I think the point of the project is to raise the bar. And so I don't think we can rely only on feedback from participants. Finally, my last comment is the following. If I wanted to suggest a way forward for this project, I would suggest that of the 8 elements, you focus only on ethical leadership. How to develop the tone at the top. Because if you ask me, when I think of all the 8 elements, and they are all extremely important, of course, they are all they should be mentioned. They should be there. We should all be mindful of them, cognizant, whatever. But if we look at the most critical issue, and this was mentioned around the table earlier during the day, the most critical issue is really the tone at the top. Because if you think about it, if you have all the 7 elements, but you don't have the right intentions at the top. So you have a governance system. I'm just to give you a scenario that plays in my head. You have a governance system where everything is going exactly as the leadership wants, but what the leadership wants, and this goes back to what the presentation we had in the morning about everything trickling down from expectations. So what David and Clive were saying, okay, it starts with expectations. But the question is, how do we develop those expectations? It starts with the expectations. So if the entire system is serving the wrong expectations, then we will have defeated the purpose. So my point is, I think a standard setting project should focus on this. Everything else, in my opinion, becomes mechanics. Like, how do you develop the system? Okay, we should have a governance system, yes. We should have accountability, yes, agreed. But how you do it, I think there's no one size fits all. And if we want to remain principles-based, I don't think we should go into that direction. In my opinion, if there is any issue that warrants, and that's an if, going back to David's point, if there is any issue that warrants a standard setting project, that would be the tone at the top. The tone at the top, how do you unpack it? And I feel that if the project team feels that they don't have enough, the project team does not have enough to unpack this issue, then we should stay away from a standard setting project. If we feel that within, I don't know, 18 months to 24 months, if we feel that we have developed enough information internally through outreach, research, all the resources enough to unpack the issue, the critical question of how do you put the right intentions at the top, I think we should stay away from a standard setting project. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Sadia, please.
So I've been reflecting on the conversation we had before the roundtables. We went to the roundtables to hear from stakeholders what they thought about our project. From the feedback we've received, it's been very clear that there's been consensus on the direction that stakeholders think we should go on. So because of that, I think that the project team's recommendation is very measured and logical. It's understandable what we've heard and the way that we're going through. I do think that we're using our time effectively because during this time of developing of NAM, we can deepen that engagement. We can foster many meaningful conversations. We can refine our understanding of topics that we might not be able to do standard setting at the moment, but we can have impact. And we can strengthen collaboration with stakeholders. So I think that this provides us with many opportunities rather than a distraction from our original plan. And it does demonstrate that this board is hearing what stakeholders want and the needs and reacting in real time. NAM serves an important purpose. And I think it's important that we reflect on that NAM allows us an intervention when we don't have enough information, but it's a developing market. We have used it before in COVID, technology, those type of items. And I like that the project group didn't just say NAM, but they said other initiatives because that's where our conversation can continue. So I'm supportive of the proposals.
Thank you very much, Sadia. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. I support the proposal. I think NAM would be an opportunity to show what best practices are, build consensus around that those practices have a place in our code, and then move to the standard setting. I think that path would be easier for everybody. It will show that it's within the remit of this board, and we will be able to document that this is not something we will be pushing on firms, but things that many firms are already doing for different reasons in different jurisdictions. It was interesting when we were at the Forum of Firms in Lima, in Peru, that one of the big firms approached us and said, you know what, this independent input, we have been having it for many years because we had a misconduct case. And as part of the agreement with the regulators, we agreed to have a representative from the parent company in our board discussions to make sure that we were having independent input, somebody that doesn't have direct skin in the game, but interest in the reputation of the firm. And we have been doing this for many years, and it has actually been super useful for us. So ideally, you would have that discussion front and center when you are discussing whether independent input is useful or not. So my suggestion would be to go forward with the collection of best practices and if possible to show how widespread they are. Not just there's one case in Brazil, but to say, look, this is used in many jurisdictions. And for that, I go back to my idea of the survey that I mentioned wrongly in the first set of comments.
Thank you, Hector. Actually, I think that the example that you are mentioning was even more than just having one independent director. It was having a committee, which had inclusive some competences on the rewards and recognitions and things like that. Okay, thank you for bringing that. So next was Luigi, I think. Luigi?
We cannot hear you.
You're muted. We cannot hear you, Luigi. I'm sorry.
Now, are you able to hear me?
Yes, now.
Okay,
yes.
Sorry for that. From what I listened to far, I heard so far, I didn't see really convincing elements that bring me to conclude that, let's say, a gap in the code is there and should be immediately remediated with urgency. And so for this reason, I think that the course of action figured out by the project team is the right one. And this would also provide additional knowledge and additional time in order to rethink the project or to go on with the contacts and with the reach out activities during this work. And in the meanwhile, we will be able to provide the stakeholders that are requiring them supporting material, guidance, and so on. So I think it is a reasonable approach, and I support it.
Thank you, Luigi. Sunam, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think we have discussed a lot, and from my perspective, I think we need to listen to our stakeholders, their concerns and suggestions for our board. And at the same time, we can't ignore the change or trend in the external reporting ecosystem. So in this sense, I am very supportive of the project team's proposal. One small thing to add will be, if we prepare NAMs, then I think we need to put more focus on the needs of SMPs rather than larger firms. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunam. Vanya, please.
I'm also supportive for the proposal of the team in the project because I understand they are in the best position to evaluate every information that they received and suggest a path to go. And I trust they will keep us posted. And once they realize that something different should happen, they will bring back to the board to analyze.
That is for sure, Vanya. I think that this will be on our agenda for the next times. And of course, you will be not only briefed, but invited to to comment and participate. This is not going to be something which is going to run in parallel to the board. Christelle, please.
Yes, I'm also supportive of this the project team recommendation. I think what is most important is awareness, and NAM is probably the best way to raise awareness in the coming months. And as some of my fellow members, I am not convinced yet that we have a hole or something to fill in the code for now. But maybe when we have issued some NAM and maybe have some additional reaction, we will revise this position. For the moment, I'm not convinced neither that there is a need for new standard in the code or additional things. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Christelle. Tomoyo?
Thank you, Chair. I also support this proposal to focus on NAM for the next 18 to 24 months. I think that has a more immediate effect. And also, as many of the members said, it will allow us to give us some opportunity to communicate and get more better. And as I have been saying in the past board meetings, for these topics, it's really important to let the people convinced that what is the good practice, rather than force the people to do something by standard. So I support to start from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo. Paul, please.
I think just to, if anything, reiterate Vanya's point that it's a necessary step, but it can't be the end. It's a step towards a direction. And NAM will help us make sure that we're working towards outcomes that are as responsive to realities in different spaces. And just listening to Obichukwu's words, we need to be conscious that not everyone is on the same page. So how do we make sure ultimately that we're moving progressively to respond to those different realities? But NAM helps us build as much information, build as much context to move in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. May we conclude that you are comfortable with the direction, but keeping that idea that this is a journey towards something. Okay, thank you. Yohei, please.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. So I support the proposal to focus on the development of supporting materials rather than standard setting for the next 18 to 24 months, which I think are in line with the discussion in the yesterday. And I believe that FCD remains very important, and that necessary consideration for the best approach will continue to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Yohei. So, Obichukwu, you want to speak again, right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to say this, that as board members and as executives, we have to always think ahead of our stakeholders. Think ahead, because when this project was initiated, it was based on what we heard from the market, based on the increasing rate of accounting scandals. So I just want to put it out here that whatever we decide to do, let us make sure whatever we are doing, we are thinking ahead. We are thinking out of the box to see how we can forestall or reduce the trend of increasing accounting scandals and audit failures, because it's happening this year, it is still happening. So we have to also, as a standard setter, try to be ahead and tell and give direction on what should be done. Since we had these standards, different audit firms have their own ways of doing things, and some have been successful in their ethical culture. Some have not been successful. So I'm just trying to say, let us remember the high rate of accounting scandals, audit failures that are happening these days. So in whatever we are doing, whether NAM or standard setting, let's see how we can kind of clamp it or reduce it by the work we do as a standard setter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Obichukwu, for that note, which I think that someone already said something similar here, but thank you for that note. Now, Ken, finally, and then Chana will respond. No, Chana will respond to the comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. As usual, I'm always between you and lunch, so I will try to be as succinct and as focused as possible in my remarks. This is a very critical discussion for the board because it is about the forward direction on this project. And maybe what I'd like to do is maybe take us full circle back to where we started with Nancy's comment as we launched into this discussion, just after the briefing to the board on the roundtable and over outreach feedback. Nancy started her comment really on this concept of agility and being agile and being willing and able to make pivots in the light of feedback that we hear from our stakeholders as we engage with them. That always has to be top of mind for this board because clearly we don't operate in silos. And critically, when it comes to standard setting on a global basis, we have to make sure that we're taking stakeholders along on the journey with us. And we've been hearing loud and clear that there are still a number of open questions that need to be fully thought through in relation to standard setting. So just to give you a flavor of some of those questions that we have heard along and that I think you might have heard also during the debriefing session just a little bit earlier. One question is about, well, who's calling for a standard? We didn't hear this from the profession. In fact, we heard it from one of the participants from ETHR. So even the audit regulators are sort of, you know, if I can sort of put it a bit metaphorically, you know, scratching their heads and kind of wondering, well, clearly it's not us. So we're just wondering who might have called for that. So there's a question about this. Another question is about enforcement. Now, when we think about standards, well, standards are there to be enforced. First of all, they are there to be complied with. And if there is non-compliance, well, there has to be enforcement. And yes, we understand that if we are intending to develop standards that would go in the code, well, they would need to be enforced. Now, when it comes to the audit side of the profession, clearly there is a framework, there is a structure, there are institutional arrangements for oversight, monitoring, enforcement. We know that. For the non-audit side of the profession, I think that's more an open question because we know that when it comes to the non-audit side of firms, businesses, enforcement is more of an open concept, I would say. And we heard a number of questions as we've engaged in the roundtables even about, well, how would a standard be enforced for even the sort of non-audit side of business? Thirdly, a question about status, is the status of a potential standard. The way I'm viewing the standard is not so much that it is intended to fix deficiencies in the code as it was, deficiencies in the fundamental principles, in the existing principles. It's to my mind, a project to develop a standard is not about revision of existing provisions in the code, but it is more to develop this framework of high-level principles that would have the force of a standard, but would be bedded into the code. And that is really the conceptualization of a standard. It is not about trying to remedy deficiencies in existing principles. But there is a question as to the status of this framework if the board eventually gets to that point as to whether it should sit in the code or outside the code, and what would be the important considerations that would need to be fully addressed, including the issue of enforcement, as I say, because if there are challenges, if there are practical impediments to enforcement, then clearly there would be a lot of questions as to the status of a standard and whether it ought to be in the code. I talked about the importance of buy-in, the importance of bringing stakeholders along the journey. Absolutely, that's the right thing to do. And I do believe the resequencing provides that opportunity for the board to bring stakeholders along, because I think a number of the concerns we have heard as we've been engaging with stakeholders across the spectrum, and even with some of the regulatory stakeholders, have been around, well, how would you operationalize a standard on permaculture and governance? Would you potentially get offside or potentially get entangled with ISQM1? Even the audit regulators had questions as to how we were envisaging the interconnectivities with ISQM1, and that is a valid question because we've not fully explored the interactions with ISQM1. But taking the route of developing NAM would provide the board with the opportunity to thrash out this question, get deeper into the weeds, and really understand how to make a framework work with an existing system of quality management, admittedly not for all services, but for certain services that are covered by a standard in quality management. So there's a lot of learnings to be done, but my point is, as the board takes that approach, that will provide the opportunity for the board to expand and elaborate on its thinking around some of these important concepts of the important elements, first of all, in the framework itself, but also how it then kind of expands and connects with the external environment and the systems and the processes that already exist in the firms in support of their businesses. And as the board does that, there would be opportunity clearly then to have engagement with the firms and the profession itself. And maybe my final point, I'll just connect back to Amarjit's question, which is a very good question, in fact. And I'm hoping Amarjit is listening, but I know it is. Okay. Sorry, Amarjit. I am going back to your question, but which is a very insightful question. In fact, you've raised, which is yes, the project team had indeed caution about not front-running the standard setting work stream, if indeed that were the direction that the board had continued to adhere to. But there is a question as to whether, in fact, by taking the NAM route, the board would be a bit front-running a bit of the standard setting, and I would probably say no, because precisely because we have resequenced the approach to the project and taking a different route to enable the board to dig deeper into the issues to get a better understanding as to how to then bring to life the different elements of the framework and how they interconnect themselves, because they're all interrelated. So to my mind, this is going to be part of the journey of really helping the board itself understanding where it ought to be going in terms of a direction, and in terms of going deeper into the various elements. And by doing so, it would be much better informed and have a much more thoughtful approach to developing potentially this framework. And once this is put together, then the board can then make an assessment as to where it would be best located or best housed, whether it's inside or outside the code, and in what sort of form. So these are kind of observations, Chair. I would say, first of all, a number of reflections on what we have heard in our engagement with stakeholders, in the roundtables, etc., but also in the context of the board discussion that we've had, and how to kind of try to make sense as to a bit of a rationalization of the way forward, so that we have a bit of a narrative behind it.
Thank you very much, Ken. Chana, please.
Thanks, Chair. So let me sort of think through this a bit logically. I think what we have heard from stakeholders is that they prefer the NAM, as well as I think something we didn't touch on is that there's a bit of fatigue on standard setting, which we touched on yesterday. So from that sense, we can let people breathe and take some time over the standard setting. So from that perspective, I also support let's do some NAM, but I hear Amajit's concern as well. So we have to be careful that the NAM doesn't impact on any standard setting project that might come later. In terms of David's and Rania's comments about, is the code already has the sufficient principles? Well, I would say you only need the fundamental principles and section 120, and you can forget about the rest, because basically the rest is specific applications of 120. And that's why at the start of each section, we say, remember section 120, right? So it's because people have, made mistakes or whatever. We have, for more general situations, we have come up with the application of conceptual framework in specific situations so that it's easy. They don't have to think through the whole thing again. And so that's the code is built on the conceptual framework. So if you understand the conceptual framework, then, you're there. So I think Obichiku's comments are also very valid. We have to take a more broader view. We have seen everything that has happened over the last 5 to 7 years. But I think going the NAM route allows us some time, as Ken says, to look at some of the challenges that have been posed to the board and then work through them in a logical sequence. So it provides us with some time. And Amajit, I think you're right. We are not saying that we are not going to do anything for the next 18 to 24 months on the standard setting. It's something that we'll have to reevaluate at the September board meeting, December board meeting, as we sort of go on the NAM journey, and then sort of see, is there something that really needs to be in a standard?
Okay, thank you, Chana. Before I close this part of the session, because I don't think that we have time to go through the next part and we have to do it on the afternoon, I'd like to ask Tsego if at this point you want to say something or reserve yourself for the end of the day when we close the discussion on FCG. Tsego, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I would allow us to go to the end of the day, and then I'll give my views on the rest of the day, if that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tsego. Okay, so we had this another part for this morning, which was the presentation on the proposals on supporting materials and NAM and etc. Right? Oh, it's after lunch. Oh, I thought we were late. Oh, thank you. That's good. So we will close now for lunch, but let me just say 2 words about all these that we have heard. I think that we can conclude broadly on a support for the direction is being proposed by the project team, with some nuances. And I heard Obichukwu with a clear preference for standards rather than prioritizing NAM. But your last comment somehow somehow mitigated that position. We heard David saying that he does not know if he agrees or not because he does not know what are we missing in the code to know if you're in agreement with developing standards at a later stage, and probably and Rania disagreeing clearly with the direction. I would say that you don't disagree with the direction. It's you disagree with the proposal in general because you don't agree with doing standards, and if it's on the rest, you just want to do you would prefer to do ethical leadership rather than doing any other thing.
Yeah, just to clarify, no, I totally agree. I'm sorry if I missed saying this. I totally agree with the proposal now to focus on NAM. My point was, if we are going to have a standard setting project, I'm not sure we have enough to develop a standard setting project.
So but you started saying I disagree, so I thought you were disagreeing with the proposal.
No.
That's more nuanced, and thank you for clarifying. It's always good to know. So I think that we are broadly in agreement around the table, around the direction and around this idea that we are not dropping the plan to do standards at this point in time. We are just hearing stakeholders, and I very much liked to hear, and I think it was Rani and Obichukwu and then Chana, that we need to go broader and beyond what we hear. Now it's time for us to process what we heard and do something upon what we hear and get our own thinking and our minds around what could be done with this information. And I think that what the project team with the board advisors are suggesting is exactly that. It's that we do additional work now, work which is very much on our side, but apparently and desirably that we want to do with stakeholders, like Ken was saying. This will allow us to engage more. This will allow us. It's not a matter of time. Let's not measure it in 2 months or 3 months or 6 months. It's really working with the profession, working with the regulators, trying to set something, a few things or a few initiatives and the documents or whatever that allow us to engage more and understand more. What are the issues? What are the obstacles? Which are the good practices that we can use? What is the problem definition that we need to solve? So it's not about doing more outreach. It's time for action and to do things. And I'm saying this because this afternoon what we are going to discuss is what are we going to do to make this concrete, because we are still in the abstract idea that let's do NAM, and NAM, as you'll see, it's a very slippery word, because I think that we need to do more than and different than that, just the traditional NAM, but this is also for discussion. What are we going to do? And there, I think that I hope that the lunch is going to be a good one. Because but not too much, because I need you awake. We need you awake and inspired to come up with ideas. Of course, the project team will propose a few possible directions, but the way to address it, the way to achieve this objective, which is to make sure that what we are proposing in terms of the topics, the way we explore the topics, test it against the reality, test it against the operationality and all these things. I think it's going to be very important over the next times. And that's exactly the road that we are taking. And to be frank, even this concern that I understand of overriding or front-running the standards, I'm not personally particularly concerned about that, because there are many ways of doing standards and regulations, etc. One is the top-down. We set a standard and then we'll see what happens and how this adjusts and etc. Another way is the opposite, is the bottom-up. We start working to see what works, what doesn't work, what is needed, because sometimes we may think that a few things are needed and they are not, because they are already addressed or whatever. So it's the bottom-up approach, and that's the one. I don't want to classify it like this, but just to say that we should not be too concerned about reaching conclusions before we do a standard. So yeah, that's it, and I'll break here for our lunch, starting at 2. Okay, 2. So see you soon. So good afternoon to all of you. I'm sorry for the shorter lunch break, but I hope that it helps saving time for the discussion that we will have this afternoon. We have a lot to do this afternoon. As you know, we will work on the breakout groups model. Cam and Jeff will tell you about the details and the logistics. But before we go into the breakout groups, there is something before that. To start, Ken will, is it you? He'll give you a short presentation about types of NAM and other materials, which may also help shaping or informing the discussion for this afternoon. And then Cam will present on the proposals or some approaches from the project team on what we can be doing over the next times on NAM, and then we'll move to the breakout groups. So Ken, sorry, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And the idea to really talk a little bit about different types of NAM and other materials is to help the board have a bit more context ahead of the breakout discussion, because we've been referring a lot to NAM, but we have to understand what types of documents we're talking about and what is it that the board can develop a commission, and importantly, what is it that the board should have a level of involvement in, whether it's in terms of discussing the content of the particular document, or whether it's reviewing it and providing feedback and so forth. So just a bit of context, in the board strategy and work plan, the board refers to a variety of vehicles it uses to advance its mission, its goals, and its strategic commitments. As you can see on this slide here, there are a variety of types of publications that the board can, in fact, be involved in, or requests for preparation and so forth. Rollout initiatives, as we know, this is very much a sort of routine type of endeavor that we pursue after the finalization and issuance of a new standard or a revised standard. And as part of the rollout initiatives, staff primarily would be involved in developing implementation support materials, whether it's staff publications, Q&As, whether it's presentation slides, whether it's technical overviews, that kind of things. The board can commission staff publications indeed. These would be the types of publications I just mentioned. The board can also commission fact-finding pieces and undertake stakeholder consultation through consultation papers and the like. There are also a variety of documents that the board can put together and or commission the team to develop with regard to the implementation of a communication strategy. We talked a little bit earlier in the week about the forward communication strategy, and we heard from Rhea and the communications team as to a variety of initiatives that the communications team can pursue. And as part of those initiatives, there are going to be a variety of documents, publications that will be issued that will convey some important messages from a board perspective. The board can also pursue stakeholder outreach, and as part of that, there will be presentations, there will be a variety of supporting documents to enable and assist outreach activities. And last but not least, the board can also use a variety of documents to speak out on ethics, ethical matters, ethical issues, again, for a variety of vehicles that are available. The broader point is that there is no definition of what non-authoritative material is. So what I'm going to be outlining over the next few slides really are just general guidelines. It's very hard to define very precisely what is NAM, but we can try to describe it and put some parameters around it so that there is a level of consistency as to how we think about NAM and how we approach NAM and other types of documents. So as you can see, just as a guideline, don't see any of these as sort of hard and fast rules. There's nothing that's in stone here. There's a lot of judgment that needs to be applied in determining the right type of documents, format, level of board involvement, etc. But broadly speaking, when we refer to NAM, it is really about any material that's really substantive, meaning to say, it's either trying to explain the application of the code, it's trying to explain the board's thinking in coming up with final positions in standards, or it is a document that is setting out some IESBA views, perspectives, positions on a particular matter. In other words, it is something that's fairly weighty, that has board board thinking that's gone into it, and therefore the board is kind of standing behind whatever messages, whatever views, whatever positions are being advanced in the particular material. The document can be developed by the board itself. For example, a standard or a position paper that has to be developed by the board. It can be developed by staff. For example, staff Q&As. These are technical documents. These documents can also be commissioned by the board. The board essentially requesting, for example, a staff or another party to develop it. And it can also be a document that's developed jointly by other parties. But importantly, it is non-authoritative. And by non-authoritative, what we mean essentially it is that the document has not been subject to the board's due process, as we would normally do through in regards to standards. The output isn't part of the code, and it is also not a substitute for or an extension of the code, right? So it is something that is really sitting outside of the code, and it is not standards. And as I mentioned earlier, the one really we want to make sure everybody is on the same page on is that NAM isn't a catch-all term that we use for anything that's not sitting in the code. And if you can see on the next slide, if you can, Cam, if you can move. So these are just some examples of NAM. So these are more the types of documents that are more technically oriented, that are more substantive, the variety of those. And you probably will get a sense as to what these are just by the description of these types of documents, right? Basis of conclusions, Q&As, implementation guides, position papers, technical overviews, right? So these are more kind of the media type of document. Next slide, Cam or Jeff. And these are other types of materials that the board can, as I say, develop or have the staff develop, or of working groups be involved in developing, etc. And you have, again, a variety of materials that the board can develop or choose to commission that serve different purposes. So consultation papers are really documents that contain board views on certain matters on which you'd like feedback on from stakeholders. Fact-finding or empirical research documents, fact-finding reports, academic research reports, etc. Working papers, which are essentially documentation that contain working ideas, questions that are meant for exploration and discussion with stakeholders, like surveys, briefing notes. There are also documents just for purposes of awareness raising, podcasts, project updates, news releases. We also have a variety of communication documents that are more promotional in nature, like flyers, and a variety of types of opinion pieces, articles, interviews, speeches, blogs, and what have you. So that's really, it gives you a sense of the breadth of the types of documents that can be considered if really the board is kind of looking to pursue the route of developing materials that would sit outside of the code when it comes to firm culture and governance. And finally, just a word about board involvement and the use of the IESBA logo. In terms of the nature and extent of board involvement, it's not a one-size-fits-all, even for NAM, because there are some types of NAM that we would say would not need board review. For example, fact sheets. Fact sheets are really just factual, and they're just references to existing standards or extracts of existing standards. So these wouldn't need board review, but other types of documents, yes. I mean, if, for example, we're talking about staff Q&As, these contain explanations of the board's rationale and thinking and coming up with positions in principles, etc., in standards. And there, for those types of documents, it would make a lot of sense to have the board cast an eye over those documents and provide any feedback to staff in developing them. So really, when and in regards to which types of documents we kind of reach out and engage with the board, it really depends on the nature and the extent of the NAM, and it's going to rest a lot on common sense and judgment. And finally, in terms of the logo itself, we would really be, we are generally very cautious in really putting the board logo on a document. Really, it's going to be the more substantive documents, the NAM really, the NAM pieces. But these pieces would be non-authoritative, as you indicated, and they are not intended to amend the code, override the code, and not be a substitute for the code. So that really is what I wanted to just provide a bit of context to the board so that we are all kind of a bit on the same page as we go into the breakout session and as we do a bit of brainstorm in terms of essentially where the board could go with regard to developing NAM on firm culture and governance. So I'll pause here, Chen. Welcome any comments or questions, but otherwise we can move to the next.
Thank you very much, Ken. I think this is very useful for the conversation that we will have next, because there is always a lot of uncertainty about what NAM is, about what it is not, what we can do, what we cannot do. Even internally, we have been having this discussion. So this is helpful, but maybe, yeah, that's very helpful. So is there any question for Ken? Paul, please.
No, very useful, but maybe just some context where from the conversation, we evidently don't agree whether there is a gap for a standard or not. So there's, if anything, the clarity and detail of potential NAM may be different across those views. I'm just seeking some insight as to how we balance that when we're not in agreement as to the force and detail of what we should be communicating through this NAM. Thank you.
Okay, and I think we maybe that's a good segue into the next part of the conversation, because precisely, Paul, is the project team is intending to provide a bit of a steer for the breakout discussion in terms of the nature of the NAM document that could be developed. So Jeff or Cam, could I maybe turn it over to you?
Absolutely. And maybe, Paul, if you just indulge me, I'll just run through a couple updates and then hopefully, and if not, then we can further discuss. So if we could just change the slide deck, please. Thanks, Astu. Okay, so this afternoon, we're going to be focusing on NAM and other supporting materials. We'll break out in a little bit, and then also in the final session, we'll be reporting back on the breakout group sessions. So following our discussion prior to lunch, the board generally agreed that, okay, we're good to be agile and resequence. We're going to focus and prioritize the development of NAM and other guidance or awareness raising materials as just outlined by Ken, what the different types might be and what the implications are. So this would be done over a period of, say, the next 18 to 24 months. The key objectives really are, first of all, for IESBA to take a thought leadership role with respect to this subject matter from culture and governance when developing the
material, raise awareness on and provide guidance on the relevant code provisions that already exist in the code. Awareness raising on the 8 elements that have 8 FCG elements that were identified from previous fact finding. And also, as Ken wrapped up the previous session, it really provides sort of that platform for deeper stakeholder engagement and dialogue with stakeholders, and to be able to bring them along the journey, and also for us to be able to obtain a deeper understanding of some of the FCG elements and how firms and others have been are viewing them and implementing them, and some of the practices that are being implemented. So just as a quick recap, over the Q1 and Q2, you'll have noted that there's a very focused webpage dedicated to FCG. There's a collection of resources there. An academic report, which was essentially a synthesis of academic literature on the role of organizational ethical culture and how it shapes ethical behavior within organizations, that was released. And also with support from the communications team, a interactive quiz on this academic report was developed and also shared on social media to really increase our engagement with stakeholders. And so next steps here, first of all, based on the roundtable feedback that the project team, we've just walked through this morning, there'll be a more public roundtable feedback statement that will be released for consumption. And then secondly, and hopefully, Paul, this can answer a little bit of your question, the project team, I know this says for the remainder of Q3, Q4, but really what the project team intends to do for the next 18 months is to develop a series of 8 position papers. So a thought piece essentially on each one of the 8 FCG elements. And these will be, 5 pages or so brief. They'll be anchored on what we've heard. First of all, they'll be anchored on what we've heard so far in the roundtables, and we'll build on it with what the IESBA's views are on this. Some of these position papers may take a little bit more development with respect to engagement with stakeholders to further understanding. So based on this, the need for that, the timing of these, the release of certain elements may be further off. But what we're anticipating is potentially, this is a suggestion from the project team, is a position piece on ethical leadership being first and foremost, so that we could present a draft to the board in September and having it finalized this side of Christmas, and then a few other pieces concurrently working, so that the project team is working on 2 or 3 pieces concurrently at one time. So that's essentially the plan. And in addition to this, what the project team proposes, in addition to the 8 position papers, is really to also develop other supporting and awareness raising materials. So for example, they could be case studies or performing interviews. These could be on the 8 elements. But of course, we would really welcome the board's ideas and feedback during the breakout session. So, on stakeholder collaboration, the project team, we do recognize that collaboration with stakeholders really could help improve how well this set of materials aligns with the needs of the profession. So we'll definitely be reaching out to firms, PAOs, etc., to seek collaboration. We do have some preliminary feedback from our jurisdictional standard setters liaison group, which indicated a high level interest in collaboration. And so maybe I'll pass here to Joanne to run through a little bit of them.
Thanks, Kim. And I'll speak to these slides pretty quickly, and apologies that I'm looking at my laptop. The font is a little small on the screen. So this first question here, we asked JSS participants, please rank the top 3 FCG framework elements that would be helpful to develop NAM on. Not sure you can see, but the first element there is ethical leadership, followed by culture of open discussion, and then accountability. I think interestingly, we had provision of independent input and transparency as 4 and 5, and then followed by incentives, oversight, and continuous education. So in terms of ethical leadership being number 1, that appears to be pretty consistent with the conversations that we've been having previously. And we'll be discussing a similar topic during our breakout group discussions as well. Okay. Yep, next slide, thank you. This question we asked JSS participants, please rank the top 3 formats of NAM that would be helpful. We worded it as NAM here, but you can see kind of referencing Ken's presentation previously, this is a mixture of NAM as well as maybe some are more supporting materials and wouldn't necessarily fall under that NAM category, such as podcasts. So overwhelmingly, the JSS participants, as their first response, said case studies or use case scenarios, which I think, again, these are JSS participants, but it's consistent to a lot of the feedback we heard from roundtable participants as well about having practical use case scenarios and examples. Second is the 1 to 2 page fact sheet, followed by podcasts, white papers, short videos, and then an interactive quiz. And then again, we'll be discussing formats of NAM as well. Very curious to hear the board's opinion about that during our breakout group discussions. And then moving on to the last slide, going back to what Cam said about the level of collaboration that JSS participants indicated, we got a pretty good response rate, I would like to say. So first, we have participate in an interview, followed by share a case study or example, provide a quote. So, and then co-author a NAM, contribute data or statistics, and then other as well. So a lot of interest in collaboration with IESBA. And then I'll hand it back to Cam to walk through the breakout discussion logistics.
May I, before you walk the group through the logistics, just thank you very much for the presentation. I think that the discussion this afternoon we should be clear about the objectives of the discussion. And the objective of the discussion is that at the end of the discussion, we have some ideas about what is next month's are going to be. And with these many suggestions and in the light of the Ken's presentation about what NAM is and what is not, but with this idea that nothing is written on the stone. That's what Ken said. So I think that we should be free to think in a free way about the best way to do something that achieves our objectives. And the objectives is that I would say, but I think that you will confirm it or not during the discussion, that we have proposals and initiatives being put forward which serve the purpose of the project itself. Now, I think that what we heard here around the table provides us comfort about the conviction of the board about the importance of the topic. We are following and accepting some advice and some orientation in the sense that we should start with NAM because there are a lot of possibilities with NAM and this is a real rich field for us to do important things. So what I would suggest is that we really think about what will make this impact and allow us to get stakeholders along with us, removing misperceptions and misunderstandings, creating the necessary awareness so that we can make everyone feel that we are working together for a common purpose. And this should be more or less, action, I would say, action, impact, and stakeholder true involvement. More than engagement is involvement with us in this journey that will start now. So sorry, Cam. Now back to you.
Thank you, Gabriela. So on that note, we will be breaking out into two groups of board members. So in group one will be in the orange room, and you'll see there'll be Chana, Sadia, Sungnam, Rania, Nancy, Obi, Chuku, and you'll be virtual. You'll have a link. Amarjeet, you also have a link. David and Yohei. And then if I haven't called your name, you'll be in the green room, but it'll be there. So with Jeff and Rich and Joanne. So very, like Gabriela said, looking forward to the board's input. We'll have a few questions, really just to brainstorm what we can do and what can be innovative and thought-provoking and impactful, relevant. Before we, one reminder, do bring your phone or your laptop if that's okay, because Ken's looking very confused. We're not worried about your valuables per se, but we do have a brief polling icebreaker. So, yeah, thank you. Joanne, did you want to say
Oh,
something?
and then just a reminder that we'll all be convening back here at 4:30 for the report back.
You mean the NAM? Yeah.
Sorry, did you want to say something? Okay, so we have an hour and a half. So it was supposed to be 2 hours. We're now down to an hour and a half. So if I could ask board members to make their way pronto to the.
It was 4:30.
Amarjit, you need to use the other invite.
Hey, welcome back to the meeting. I hope that the conversations and discussions have been fruitful. I have observed parts of the conversations, but decided not to stay for much longer because I wanted to be surprised with the ideas that came out of those discussions, and that's what we are going to see now. For that, thanking all the board members for your participation in these different ways of discussing the topics. I'm going to give the floor to the two moderators. I don't know who will start. Is it Jeff? Is it Cam? Cam, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. Well, I will actually, we were going to do the report back now. So first of all, we'll do the report back for breakout group 1. So the board members that were in the orange room, and then we'll do a bit of a report back on breakout group 2 that was in the green room, and then it's an opportunity for the board to also discuss after reflecting on both boards. So maybe I'll pass to Carla. Thank you.
Thank you, Cam. The discussion in our group was really rigorous and very creative and innovative. I'll go through the key points and I'll segment them into different themes. So first of all, generally, in terms of framing and prioritization of the elements, our group confirmed that all 8 elements presented by the working group are appropriate and resonated with stakeholders. There was a question about what do we mean by prioritization? Is it about sequencing? Is it about audience relevance? So that's something that we have to be clear when we go out to the world and communicate how we prioritize the pieces we're about to do. In terms of target audience, members did mention that it would depend on whether we're targeting a SMP or a larger firm or regulator. So understanding who our target audience and what influence and which element will be quite important. So now the next part is about delivery approach, whether it's a fact sheet or multimedia. There was very strong support for developing a set of consumable, easy to digest fact sheets. Ideas included that we have one overarching fact sheet with a universal truth and one fact sheet per element explaining the concept and its interconnection. So there was a suggestion that we should look at a layered delivery with introductory overview and followed by deeper dives. And the next part is about what format that we could present that. And I'm really impressed by how creative our members can be. And there was discussion about podcasts and fire chats and short videos, even perhaps a puppet illustration at some point, if we would be so inclined. TikTok came up strongly a few times and sound bites. Considered, it's a medium to be able to attract some of the younger or perhaps time poor audiences. Our group did also mention that we need to be cognizant that actually there is a difference between storytelling and case studies. Storytelling can be through anonymized stories shared by leaders, and all of us agreed that it really resonated emotionally and culturally. It really humanized the whole approach to, a leader, someone within a high top in an organization that you may not see very often, what ethical dilemmas they've gone through within their career. And I'm sure everyone on this table here will have some stories to share of experiences that they had throughout their career as well. In terms of tone and accessibility, it was stressed that making materials super simple and consumable is key. Try to avoid producing complex technical papers. Our group felt that this is unlikely to gain much traction. Again, we say fact sheet and podcasts to convey core messages, not just the definition, but also the why and implication of each element. Again, bring everything to life, what it really means in practice, what it really means to live through these values. In terms of alignment, there was strong consensus that some of the materials can draw upon some of the concepts that we already have in the code, and some may need to evolve with flexibility. If there's some areas that we felt that we needed to provide more explanation that goes beyond what is already in the code right now. There was caution against using best practices too rigidly, as sometimes best practice might work in one jurisdiction, may not work for the other, and avoid referring to one particular organization just in a case in the future. If someone, as a key leader, a CEO interviewed on ethical leadership and 5 months down the track, something happens in the firm and they've been found guilty or something. So that avoids a reputational risk on our behalf. There was very strong emphasis to make sure we get this right, given the global scrutiny. So Hans, in terms of planning and what it looks like for the next 6 months, there was a suggestion we could potentially issue this fact sheet as soon as possible, but we felt that the 6 months is a very realistic target to deliver on these outputs, and strong agreement that we should not compromise quality with speed. There was as I quote one member said, we do not fully know what we're getting into, so it's very thoughtful that we proceed this carefully. In terms of engagement, we spoke about it being a two-way engagement. So it's not about just the board producing information. We want to engage from our stakeholder as well. So having a pop-up quiz on a website or a very, website and also maybe something where people can write in to ask a certain question, and that could be some kind of evolution or feedback loop that we could think about having for this project. Lastly, in terms of engagement, there was one or two members suggested we could perhaps form a informal reference group. Composition is to be discussed and to be discovered as we evolve. So I'll pause you to see if Cam or Ken have anything else to add.
No, thank you, Carla. I just also wanted to emphasize that this group really emphasized the interconnectivity of all the elements. And so the fact sheet that Carla just highlighted right now, starting out with an overall fact sheet with all 8 elements and highlighting how this is all interrelated and interconnected and why this is important coming out of this was really that first off the block. I know before we broke out into the breakout groups, we discussed a little bit about the potential of or a proposal, suggestion of doing position papers, 8 different position papers. The reason why we have these 9 fact sheets essentially within these first 6 months is because at least in the breakout group, the thought was that 8 thought pieces would be less consumable. And it's really that with this opportunity now to do something impactful, which is a 1-page summary that everybody understands and can speak to at the same time. But thank you, Carla. And so Joanne?
Carla, sorry, if I'm, and maybe I'll just add in a few thoughts as well. And anybody who were in the breakout group, don't hesitate to come in as well. I think it maybe bears pausing again on this idea of fact sheet and just kind of elaborating a little bit about the idea behind it. At least the way I'm envisioning is that the fact sheet, in fact, is no different from a thought piece. It's simply that it sits in on one page. And the thinking in the group was that in this day and age when we are really targeting very, very busy stakeholders and we're targeting leadership of firms who are very, very busy, let's not try to deluge people with pages and pages and pages of documentation, which nobody's going to read, right? So having something that's brief, that's on point, that speaks to the critical issues that they have to bear in mind when we are talking about family culture and leadership is the way to go. So that's the idea, right? It's this idea of coming up with some perspectives, some key considerations, as I think came up during the discussion, some key considerations about each of the elements of the firm culture and governance framework that stakeholders ought to bear in mind, and importantly, those who are in the firm and in leadership positions should bear in mind when they're thinking about building an ethical culture. The idea of and a fact sheet may not be the right term for it, and we'll come up with, if that's the way the board would go, we'll come up with the right term for it. But the idea of this kind of fact sheet in quotes is also to make sure that everybody's starting off from the same position, that there is a common understanding of what we mean when we're speaking about ethical leadership, when we're thinking about incentives and rewards or accountability and all the different parts of the coaching governance framework. So that's the intent. And once this collection of fact sheets is put together, and if it is indeed limited to 1 pages, essentially we're talking about 9 pages that would encapsulate, as Carl I think mentioned, those kind of the concept of universal truths about each element, meaning to say these are essential observations or important considerations that stakeholders would not disagree with, or at least no one would find objection to any of those key points. And we would put those together, and off of those fact sheets, we would hang the practical NAMs, if you will, or the practical supporting materials, whether it's podcasts, whether it's case studies, whether it's whatever the board would decide would be the appropriate types of resources to develop to help really effect or bring about a change in behavior in practical terms. So that's really the thinking, the motivation, the direction that the group took, which is, yes, by all means, come up with a lot of ideas and make them practical, but importantly, let's make sure that they are impactful and that they will really create that change of behavior that all of us are sort of intending to achieve at the end of the day. So just a bit of color there. I don't know if anybody, and David, you want to come in as well?
Thank you, Ken. So there were a couple of other things that we talked about broadly. One is we want to leverage what Rui presented yesterday, the innovation, the excitement, the energy around the communication strategy, the branding. We want to make sure it all ties together from that perspective so that we stay cohesive. And the other reason, I know my technology group peers will be happy to hear this. When we talked about creating streamlined content, there were 2 reasons we talked about it. One is because we want to be able to make sure that the key messages we want to get across as a board don't get lost because someone uses some form of generative AI to summarize up lengthy documents where things can get lost, they can get misunderstood. So part of it as well is how do we make sure that as the world evolves and technology evolves, that we don't lose control of the key messaging that's key and important to us. So I just wanted to add those 2 points as well to link in to some of the other initiatives that we've talked about.
So not seeing anyone else from the breakout group wishing to come in. So maybe we'll pass to breakout group 2.
Thanks, Ken, and thank you to everyone who participated in Breakout Group 2. I think it was a very fruitful discussion. We certainly covered a lot of different topics, which I will try to summarize very briefly. One of the first topics we spoke about as a group was about the objectives of each of the papers. What are the purposes of these NAMs and the supporting materials? Who's the audience going to be? For example, are we going to focus on SMPs? Are we going to focus on larger firms? So having a discussion about making sure that we're clear about the objectives of these papers before we begin our approach. In terms of ranking and priority, we also discussed what are the different factors that go into our rankings. Is it because of the topic, how important the topic is? Is it because of the need and what material is or isn't out there? For example, continuous education appeared to be a lower point on the ranking, but that was potentially because the material is already well researched and there's a lot of material out there, not necessarily because the topic isn't an important topic to create a material about, more about what's already out in the market. There was overall agreement about ethical leadership being one of the more priority elements or priority topics or first topics to talk about, although there was an acknowledgement that there is interconnectivity, especially between the top four FCG elements as well. Regarding the delivery approach, our group had a little bit of a discussion around the definition of a position paper, whether a position paper is more of that ending point, whether it's like a policy statement, or it's more that, or it's more of a jumping off point, where we present a paper, we have some dialogue and engagement with stakeholders, and then refine and use that as a starting point. We discussed how the project team is more, was thinking more about the latter, about using these position papers more as that jumping off and discussion point. And we also discussed other delivery approaches, such as potentially doing some shorter, quicker NAM pieces that we could do in the duration of the next couple months that could give the board a sense of the different types of NAM topics, such as presenting 4 short NAM pieces to give the board a view of the different types of NAMs that we could be talking about. And another delivery approach that was proposed was doing a survey as well. In terms of the topics, we didn't delve too much into the specific topics, but just very briefly on the topics that we did discuss. We touched a little bit on ethical leadership, and that there's already a lot of material out on ethical leadership. So making sure that it is firm specific, it provides value. Some of the aspects, again, we didn't go into too much detail, but potentially tone at the top, potentially attractiveness of the profession, such as ethical culture can help you hire the right people, help people stay longer. So maybe a spin on ethical leadership from that approach. And also acknowledging that there's so many different variations of ethical challenges that firms might be facing. So sometimes it's not giving a specific problem, specific solution, but really helping firms ask the right questions and the right approach. How do you figure out that you have a problem? And how do you figure out how to fix that problem? So more of that mindset approach. We spoke briefly about independent input as well, potential NAM supporting materials being what is the value of independent input, where can we find independent input, potentially talking about pros and cons of independent input. And we also briefly discussed PEI as well. And speaking again to the interconnectivity of the elements here, it's something that could be added to oversight and governance, could be added to incentives and rewards. But again, we discussed that it wasn't something that was fully fleshed out in the roundtable. So it's something that we would need to go back to stakeholders about, but it was brought up as a potential additional NAM topic. And now I'll give it back to Jeff to see if there's any additional points.
Thank you, Joanne, and I'll ask the other breakout group members to jump in just a minute as well. In terms of the discussion of position paper, we talked about, as Joanne was saying, is it like a policy statement or policy paper, which is you do at the end once you've spoken with everybody, and that's your end point, your end views. But the other option we talked about is essentially a skeleton position paper, as Joanna said, a jumping off point. And I do see the basic listening to what breakout group 1 has said in terms of fact sheets. I would say that is some similar to I think the thinking of the group is something that is very short and something that we'll use then to to have those continued discussions with our stakeholders and to get them thinking about these issues or these sort of firm culture related matters. We also talked about, as Joanna said, maybe there are shorter things and different, that sort of easy to digest sort of material or that we could produce in the next few months as well on different FCG elements, and they don't have to be written forms. And like similar to breakout group 1, you know, it could be different formats, but this could be things that can be more easily produced in the next few months. But we're also allowed to give the board a sense of, you know, the type of material that we're thinking of, and as we continue to develop the material. So I see that in the sense of the two groups, you know, discussion, certainly there, you know, I think there's, you know, we went about the different way, but I think we kind of landed in similar spots. But certainly the board, you know, the board members can kind of jump in as well. But I just want to add some of that, because when I was listening to group 1, you know, when you talk about the fact sheets, I do think that there is some similarities in our discussion on the position paper, which is basically what our group landed on. You know, maybe a skeleton position paper as a jumping off point is a good one. I also think in terms of the idea of the survey of the 8 elements, you know, that is also a good thing to do in terms of developing a series of, maybe we won't call it best practices, but certainly good practices, or some sort of practices that we feel that is being used by a larger group of firms of different sizes from different jurisdictions. So that maybe that's something that's worth pursuing. That is obviously not something that you can finish in the next 6 months, but potentially that is something that you know, would be helpful and useful. But I'll stop there. But I just want to see if if the board members in breakout group 2 have any additional feedback.
Christelle? On two aspects, I think we discussed the question of a survey or mini surveys as a way to interact with our target, see how they react on what we submitted, and eventually enrich for the next steps. So it was both about interaction and contributing to the final strongness of a position. And the second aspect was linked to what was said about you need to know the objective, the target, and it might be different on elements by elements. In fact, if you do something about SMPs, you're targeting SMPs. Do you select the kind of support depending on your target and on your objective? So it was both on, and also we had a little discussion on the fact that as soon as we made sure on what we want to issue, and we advance on what would be the right support for each issue, it would be good to have a strategic communication plan on that, so that the momentum, the rhythm, the loops of discussion are understood, eventually announced, and then a little bit of feedback. There is something to support the way all along about that.
Mark.
Thank you. I think would also say, I think we recognise the fact that you can't boil the ocean here. So we've identified a number of different types of NAM that could be developed. Some of them will be to share IESBA thought leadership. Some of them will be to share best practice. Some of them will be to provoke debate. And that in itself can drive a positive outcome because of, you know, greater awareness and greater engagement with the issue. And I think, you know, one of the things that we were perhaps keen for the project team to look at further is developing some of those almost as a pilot to give the board something more tangible to then look at. But I think you know, absolutely, sort of Jeff is right in terms of providing a skeleton that these things can can hang off is probably going to be the best way of sort of giving us a route from NAM to raise awareness of some of the issues and address the questions that got raised in the roundtables, to also giving us a sort of richer evidence base which supports the development of this framework further. So positive things.
Jeff, I don't think that we have more comments. So, thank you. So maybe if I will, I just had a few questions for, sorry, Gabriella, did you want to come in with any?
No,
Okay.
no, actually.
Just a few questions reflecting on sort of the feedback from both groups in terms of more 6 months to 9 months direction. Wanted to see if, in essence, we're pretty comfortable with the idea of the set of one-pagers, whether it's a skeleton or etc. But the set of one-pagers, the first one being contextual, to highlight essentially the FCG elements all in one page and its interconnectedness, and then the other 8 elements in essentially one page each to form this patchwork, with then that we can hang all the other supporting materials such as the podcasts, fireside chats, interviews, webinars, panel discussions, etc. All these other materials on. So I just wanted to pause here and see if we're comfortable with this, for the next couple, with this direction for the project team. And also additionally, for us to start doing some of these surveys on what are some common practices throughout firms on these 8 elements, to gather information as well. And this can also increase our involvement with stakeholders. Jeff, I see you wanted to. Oh, Rania. Yeah.
So I just want to say that, I mean, of course, I think the idea of a survey is very good, provided it does not limit our thinking and we do not just, restrict ourselves to what we get from the survey. I just want to reiterate my concern that, with this particular project especially, we rely too much on what is already out there, and just always keep in mind that we need to consider going beyond and raising the bar. And I think that's something we always need to keep in mind. So, yeah.
Thanks, Rania. I would say that in terms of the survey, I think I think we'll bring the ideas back and we'll have a project team discussion this afternoon. But I think it's more about exploring the idea of a survey, because I do think that's values. But in terms of your concerns, of course, when we see the survey results, the project team and and the board advisors, we will of course need to look at whether it does bring people to a high level. So that's something that we of course need to make some assessment when we do see the the results. I think we still I'd like to think that we would explore it, but I think it does take a fair amount of time, and it's not something that can be done quickly. But just want to make sure the board's at least comfortable with us exploring the idea.
If I may add, I'm not necessarily for a survey. So if you go for it or you go without it, then I would be indifferent. But my point is, if we wanted to get some inputs, it would, for example, an organization or a think tank such as Principia this morning, for instance, it just like, it would be good to get also some feedback from people who are outside the profession, just to see like how those best practices, how they are, to get a different opinion from outside the profession.
Yeah. Thank you.
Chana, please. I think that you want to speak.
Yeah, I don't think these two things are related, right? We can do the fact sheets without the survey. The results of the survey doesn't feed into the fact sheets because we have a wealth of information.
No, we're just asking that the board, if it's comfortable for us to spend our resource, obviously developing the fact sheets, and particularly I want to hear from the board members who are in the breakout group 2. I assume breakout group 1 is supportive if that's your idea. But from breakout group 2, but also want to make sure the board is comfortable for us at least exploring the idea of doing surveys for different purposes. It's not to fit into the fact sheets. And also the other idea of us, in addition to developing these fact sheets, that maybe other support material. By that I don't mean written material, but other shorter pieces that we could perhaps produce under some of the different elements as a really helpful value add to helping firms thinking about firm culture.
Yeah, I think going back to the working group, Hector brought it up during the working group time as well, and we felt that it would take too much of a time and effort. So we didn't sort of pursue it at that time, but I can sort of see the benefits now of doing it and then getting the information, which can sort of feed into the longer term process, and then we can also sort of segregate it between large firms, SMPs, and so on, because the practices under each would be different. So I would support the objective of the survey.
If I may, no, David, you go first.
Thank you. Maybe just one suggestion. It was something that came up in our group, and it's not a trade-off between a survey or not a survey, but maybe it's a precursor in terms of, can you use some kind of, I don't want to call it a chatbot, but some kind of agent where it could potentially, we might have a survey a day, like a minor question a day, or an ethical thought or quote of the day, and allow people to be able to interact with some of that. Or maybe there's a question that says, what's your biggest challenge this week? Or something like that. Is there a way you can get snippets of information quickly? And that might also inform where and how we need to do a survey and what that might look like. So is there a way that you can start gathering some intelligence through the website where we could potentially leverage that to help inform what we do, perhaps in a more interactive way? So that was something else we talked about a little bit, is how do you make it more interactive, but quick and easy, not some big long survey of 20, 30 questions, which might be much more than people want to commit today. Is there a way that you can still get the intelligence, but do it in a quicker and more snappy way, even if it's not perfect?
Nancy, please.
Thank you. This discussion about surveys reminded me that one thing we haven't talked about that we don't need to resolve today, but we should be thinking about, is how do we measure success? And as we were talking about surveys, I think use of surveys can be one of the ways that you can use to measure success, such as, asking questions. Is, did you find, this content relevant? Did it help you change your current practices? What did you find valuable? Do you think that there's other things that we can do? So I couch it in the terms of the survey, but the broader, I think, point being is, I think we also need to be thinking about going forward is, what does success look like, and how will we know if we've achieved it or not? Thank you.
Sadia, please.
As the project group considers the survey, I think it's important for you to reflect on the timing of the survey. And just a caution that the survey shouldn't cause too much, not take too much time from the people who are providing comment. And whether this survey goes out to select or not. I think those are so the survey is an example, but I'm sure as we go through it, you'll have to consider those things. And it's important because we just had roundtables, and a lot of them would have provided comments at roundtables. But at the same time, I also want to know whether they think we're going in the right direction of now. So it's a toss between when we actually, and if we do a survey.
Thank you, Sadia. So if I may, Jeff, just it's not a response, not an opinion, or nothing of that. As I was listening to Rania about, again, this idea that we should stop repeating what the others say and have our own thinking. I think it's your concern. But I don't think that the survey will prevent us from doing that, because I think, as Chan was saying, we are probably, for now, speaking about two different things. One is putting out some documents, some ideas, some etc. And that's my second comment. We need to be careful about the word, because I think that if we call it position paper, we need to have a position. A position paper, it's that the IESBA has a position. A position means that we think ABC about the topics. But that's another question. I think that this idea of a survey, or whatever similar to a survey is about collecting data. It's not ideas, it's not opinions, it's a data-driven work, which is how the work today is done. And that brings me to that idea that I think that I've shared yesterday as well already, which is this recurrent question that we are getting. So about which evidence are you bringing to this project? What is your evidence-based or your baseline of evidence? So I would see this as for now, two separate work streams or approaches. One is putting out things, papers quickly, etc. Another one is preparing the future. Whenever, if ever, we get ready to do the next step, we will have collected the evidence, the data that we need to base a different kind of work, more robust, more deeper, or standards, or whatever. So I understand your concern, Rania, and I would agree, but I don't think that's the problem.
Thank you very much. I mean, you expressed it very well. I guess, don't want to say my concern, but my suggestion to the project team would be that as you consider this data, that's very important, and we consider the evidence that we want to bring to the table. I think we should also consider different forms of evidence. For example, such as evidence, let's say, on scientific evidence on organizational behavior, or how organizational culture is built or created. Or I think we could, or for example, from think tanks. What I'm trying to say is, I think our ultimate output or product would be richer if we consider different forms of evidence that corroborate one another. So that's yeah.
Okay, that's another perspective. Yes, but for now, I think that it's valuable, at least, to consider, and then we'll see what's possible, and in which format this will be possible. So, and last thing on my side, I think that again, the project team will summarize and we'll work on it. I think that going back to the objectives of this exercise, whatever we decide and the project team will bring for the board to consider on Thursday and etc., should be a little bit tested against what we want to do, and namely about what we discussed today, yesterday, that we want to do. So this has to be impactful, as we discussed this morning. It has to make impact, and that we have to make sure that we are doing something that has some impact, that has some mobilization of our stakeholders. I think it's more the word mobilization than the impact, or both engagement and all these things. It has to be simple, and the fact sheets apparently respond to this objective. And we also should have exactly the objective of bringing additional evidence, which may be related with engagement and mobilization, depending on the way we do it. So I think that when we move, we should make sure that we are trying at least to put something in place which is appropriate to achieve and pursue at least these objectives of simplicity, accessibility, usability, understandability, all these things that we spoke yesterday: engagement, mobilization, buy-in, whatever you want to call it, and evidence. So Jeff, back to you, or Cam, I don't know.
Yeah, I think we have the project team has a good way forward. We had a good discussion. And as Gabriela mentioned, we have support for the one pagers, and then we'll also explore the use of survey to gather more data. So, Jeff wanted to add anything?
The project team, of course, as I mentioned, will have a meeting this afternoon and to further clarify some of our thoughts. So maybe if we need to on Thursday, we can come back with some more clearer thinking. But maybe it's not necessary. But let's see where we land in our project team discussion this afternoon based on. And I think. There was good discussion. So certainly from my perspective, thank you for all the board members for your input on this session.
So it means that we are all ready for today. Nancy, do you still want to speak? Oh, thank you. So now it's time to ask Tego if you want to contribute or say something on behalf of the PIOB. Tego, please.
Thank you, Chair. And again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment at the end of the session. I think between today and yesterday, it's really been encouraging to see how the IESBA board has taken on board and dedicated 2 days to stakeholder conversations and particularly receiving valuable feedback, which has been gathered for today from the roundtables and other outreach activities. I think what is important and what is coming out is that this feedback serves as an important source of information, whether it's for the short term or the long term. That is coming out quite nicely, and that's also quite valuable. We are also encouraged as the PIB on the emphasis that's coming out on the necessity to ascertain the type of NAMs that we want to be taking on, particularly recognizing the different targeted audiences, whether we're talking professional accountants or other stakeholders. And this is a key consideration moving forward, as this really would progress this public interest direction to address the imminent risk or the loss of confidence that's come out and been triggered by the recent scandals that have all been mentioned today. And really the Firm Governance Culture Project, the main focus really was to try and build in some preventative controls when thinking about unethical behavior in any legal structure. So it's encouraging to hear the conversations also coming out of the breakaway groups that we've just talked about, which really focus on trying to understand the type of feedback that has been received in order to then formulate the appropriate interventions or responses from the IESBA. In addition, the PIOB, we've noted the shift from the March meeting to this meeting in June, and the envisaged focus for the next 18 to 24 months. While we prepared our last, I think, public interest issue document based on the March conversation, it's clear that for our upcoming board in July, we would need to then apply our minds as to what is coming out of this meeting and the feedback that has been received. And we'll keep clearly looking at the public interest issues as the development of the NAM project continues. Then lastly, I think I did observe the conversation around the coordination between the IESBA and the IESB in trying to, address the ISQM1 issue. And yes, we continue to monitor the space. At the end of the day, we really want, I think the objective of the public interest around interoperability, I can never get this word right, to ensure that this is, it's a joint effort going forward. And then lastly, we've also noted the feedback that's coming out from the regulators. And I'm also encouraged that out of the presentations today and the conversations, nothing, I think, screams out of the ordinary. But what we're seeing is that we are seeing support that is coming out, and we will also observe how IESBA deals with that kind of feedback that is coming. On the last note, I think there was a mention of private equity investments earlier, but I will wait for the agenda item 7 to then see how that fits into the picture. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll stop here. But congrats to the IESBA board for really dedicating 2 days of looking at feedback and applying their minds to that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tsego, and thank you for staying with us until so late. I don't know exactly where you are, but I'm sure that it's late wherever you are. So thank you for that and for your very detailed and thoughtful comments that we very much welcome. Thank you very much. So I think that with this, unless anyone has any other comment or anything that you want to say, or if Ken has any instruction on any observation. So in that case, the session is closed for today, and we will reconvene tomorrow at 9 for the next part of the agenda. Thank you very much.